text to Lenny, asking to arrange to meet. The thought of obtaining her daughter's details brought discord. It would be hard enough speaking to her, but what if she had to make an arrest? A ripple of anxiety rose up inside her. She had no choice. Contact would have to be made. Time was running out, and she could not afford to waste another second. Chapter 32. Monica jumped as a door slammed upstairs. Just how long has she been down here? Without any windows, it was impossible to tell. The heady smell of stale urine clawed the back of her throat, and she squirmed in her chair, breathing in recycled air. Her mouth was bleeding now from her failed efforts to bite her way through the saliva-sodden gag. She wriggled her wrists and was rewarded with a slice of pain. The more she struggled, the deeper the thin strip of rope embedded in her flesh. Yet she had to fight, because there was no other way out of this scenario. Fear crushed Monica's soul as the reality hit her. She might never see daylight again. She hung her head as a whimper rose in the base of her throat. To die in this humid hole, where no one might find her, was too much to bear. Monica's thoughts galloped on, each one more frightening than the one before. Would anybody actually care? For the last few years, she had worked so hard in her career, walking over her friends to gain promotion. Had her well-paid job been worth abandoning them all for? Now, when death was near, the answer was loud and clear. No amount of designer jewelry or trendy clothes could comfort her. She thought of her husband, Adam. He would probably be relieved when she didn't come home. She had done nothing but nag him in the last few years, always pushing for a better promotion and a bigger house. Her sniffles echoed in the darkness. What was she doing, reflecting on her life when she should be trying to escape? She was used to thinking on her feet. Surely she could work a way out of this. But without the power of speech, just how was she going to reason with her captor? If only she could persuade her that she had been wrong about turning her away, perhaps then she stood a chance. Maybe Lucy was just trying to frighten some sense into her. But somehow Monica doubted that very much. The muffled sounds of the television droned, chilling her senses. She could smell her own sweat, brought on by the fear of her captor being so close. But without her, she could be left to rot, starving to death in this blackened tomb. A feeling of dread bore down on her as footsteps clipped-clopped overhead. After what felt like a lifetime, the basement door opened, flooding the stairs with light. But the footsteps this time seemed lighter than before, and the voice several octaves higher. Monica's heart accelerated as the voice carried down to her. La la la, it sang, as the figure descended the stairs. This was not the little girl Lucy spoke about. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Monica clenched her fists in preparation for what lay ahead. The Christmas tree lights flicked on, and she strained her eyes to see the person before her, gasping in realization. There stood an adult-sized girl, a smiling blue-eyed monster with blonde ringlets in her hair. She was holding something square, a music box. The fairy lights flickered, off, on, casting her white teeth in an eerie green and red hue. Another wave of sickness claimed Monica as she tried to comprehend the situation. There was no little girl coming to save her. It was the same crazed woman, dressed as a child. Monica's eyes fell on her red dress, knee-high socks, and Mary Jane shoes, and all hope fell away. "Surprise! It's me!" Lucy exclaimed, placing the music box gently on the shelf. Monica's stomach dry heaved. She tried to respond, but all that came out was a series of grunts. Confusion overtook her. Just what was going on? Her throat felt dry and arid, and her stomach clenched in fear. "It's okay, don't be scared," Lucy said in a childish voice. "We haven't started yet. Do you know what you have to do?" Monica responded by shrugging her shoulders. If only she could get off this damned gag. Lucy giggled. It was an ugly laugh. "You are a pretty mummy," she said, making Monica flinch as she stopped to stroke her hair. "I like you. I think you are the prettiest mummy of all." Monica's breath was coming fast. A wave of dizziness overcame her as the blackness cooled. She closed her eyes, praying for an end to her misery. "No, no, no, Mummy. You mustn't fall asleep. We haven't started yet. Remember what I said about saying the right thing?" Bony fingers pulled on the tightly wound knot at the back of her gag. Slowly she unwrapped the filthy material, allowing Monica to spit and cough while gulping in mouthfuls of air. Monica licked her dry-crusted lips, turning her eyes mournfully up to her captor. "Water," she croaked. If she could distract her long enough to go and get a drink, then perhaps she could scream for help while the basement door was open. If nothing else, it would buy her some time. But Lucy was not that easily convinced, and simply shook her head. "I'm not allowed to use the tap," she said. "Now, do you know what you have to do?" "Please, I'm not well. I need a drink." Monica swallowed back her spit, trying to ease her scratchy throat. But Lucy was skipping round and round the chair, making her dizzy. "What's your name? Your real name?" Monica croaked, trying to appease her. Lucy frowned, halting mid-skip, and Monica wished she could take back the words. Whatever she had said had clearly annoyed her. She grimaced as Lucy stepped forward and slapped her hard on the face. The sharp sting brought Monica back to her senses, and if nothing else, at least she was seeing straight now. "I'm sorry," she said. "Please just tell me what I need to do. I just want to go home." "You should know my name if you're my mummy, so that's very naughty indeed. Do you like my tree?" she said, her mood changing in a split second. "It's Christmas tomorrow. It's going to be the most wonderful day. There's going to be food and cake and lots of nice toys. We're going to play music together and dance. Won't that be wonderful?" "Yes," Monica nodded her head. "Wonderful." The words fell like a stone from her lips. "Tomorrow you can say the words, and we can be together forever, because then you're my real mummy, and we can have the most wonderful time, and you will love me forever and ever, and nobody will ever hurt me again." Lucy did not pause for breath as the words spilled from her lips. "But now you must go to sleep because it's Christmas Eve, and Santa will be here soon." The thoughts of the gag going back on her mouth struck another spear of fear into Monica's heart. She shook her head wildly, each movement returning intense pain to the base of her skull. "Please, no, not the gag, please. Tell me what I have to say and I'll do it now. Tell me. Please don't put that on me again, please." "If you're my real mummy, you know just what to say. Now keep steady or I'll slap you," Lucy said sharply, grappling to keep Monica's head still. But Monica didn't want to keep still, She wanted to get away. Plunging her teeth into Lucy's wrist, she bit down hard. With one final twist of her sweat-laced wrists, she managed to twist the rope enough to pull her right hand free. Grasping Lucy's blonde ringlets, she recoiled in horror as the wig came loose in her hand. Her pause cost her dearly. Lucy reached behind her and launched an object towards her head. With a terrifying finality, everything went black. Chapter 33. Ruby allowed the engine of the car to tick over as she parked up underneath the bridge. A quick text to Lenny Crosby had secured a meeting time and place. She had hoped that by meeting at Charlotte's murder site, she would be gifted with a flash of insight. If the killer had been able to escape unseen after mowing the woman down in cold blood, then Ruby's liaison with Lenny should surely go unnoticed too. She watched as a well-fed rat scuttled under the bridge, disappearing around the corner. Just what had Charlotte been thinking, arranging to meet Emily here in the dark? It had turned out that Charlotte Lockwood was no stranger to London. Despite the facade of rich living, police investigations had uncovered that she had come from modest means, originating not far from here, in an area of East London that had yet to benefit from restructure. They had managed to track down Charlotte's first husband, but he had an ample alibi for the night of her death. Her post-mortem results were disappointing, the only evidence on her ravaged body being the deep grooves of the tires which had punctured her organs and shattered her bones. It was believed that the driver of the vehicle ran over her 3 times. What kind of anger and hatred would someone have to carry inside to do that to another human being? And why? But Ruby knew it was a question that would never grant a satisfactory answer. She didn't believe in evil before she joined the police. She thought by then that she had seen all that the darker side of human nature had to offer. But she had barely touched the surface, and evil was as plausible an explanation as anything else these days. Some people had villainy ground into the marrow of their bones. Ruby checked her rear-view mirror as a black BMW pulled up behind. Tinted windows barely afforded her a view of Lenny Crosby's thick-necked driver. Waiting for him to show had made her nervous, not because of who he was, but because she was about to pass on precious information. Her stomach churned. If her colleagues knew what she was doing, they would call her a bent copper and turn their backs on her for good. She would lose her job, maybe even go to prison. She rested her fingers on the keys of the ignition before switching the engine off. She had bent the rules before, but never like this. And the last thing she wanted was to be in Lenny Crosby's pocket. But at night, when she closed her eyes, she saw the final moments of terror ingrained on Emily Edmonds' face. Such a killer did not come from nowhere and return to nowhere. They were likely to strike again. And if it really was her daughter, Ruby had a personal responsibility to sort it out. She would turn her in if she had to, but she would do it her way. Dressed in a black suit and shades, Lenny exited the vehicle behind her. Ruby froze as her passenger door was pulled open, allowing a blast of street air to invade her space. She gave him the once-over, checking his hands for weapons. His expression gave nothing away. Stony-faced, he slid into the seat beside her. "I've got something for you. A birthday card," she said, keen to have their meeting disposed with. She dipped her hand into the door panel compartment. "But before I pass it over, I want to make it quite clear that I won't be remembering your birthday again." She delivered an intense stare as the words left her mouth, watching Lenny's grin spread as she spoke behind guarded words. She did not trust him any more than he trusted her. Any verbal admission of wrongdoing could land her in a lot of trouble, if he were recording their meeting. "Are we clear on that?" she said, as he reached out to take it. "Don't fret," he said, his eyes roaming her body. The spice of his aftershave rose between them. He was groomed to perfection. Smart suit, shoes shined, and a crisp white shirt with 2 buttons opened at the neck. But, unlike his brother, he was a wolf in disguise, and it would take more than an expensive suit to hide the violence within. Ruby wanted to ask if he was going somewhere, but there was no point in trying to obtain the information when she was handing over intelligence to the most vicious man she knew. "Don't you have something for me in return?" Lenny tutted, his eyes dancing as he revelled in the game. "Hasn't anyone ever told you that you don't give to receive?" He snatched the envelope from her grasp, tearing it open before her. Ruby watched his eyes dart from left to right as he greedily scanned the information. It seemed to confirm his suspicions, and he slowly nodded as he absorbed the text. The heat of anger rose inside her. He was not going to have one over on her. She wouldn't allow it. Her fists clenched, ready to snatch the information from his hand. Lenny glanced up to see her glowering next to him, and a laugh escaped his lips. "For fuck's sake, relax, will ya? I haven't forgotten." Sliding his hand into his jacket pocket, he pulled out a piece of folded notepaper, touching the palm of Ruby's hands as he handed it over. His fingertips were cold, and Ruby suppressed a shudder. She was making a deal with the devil, and hoped it would be worth the inevitable repercussions. Ruby glanced at the writing. It simply gave an address, and the name Goldie, and a time, 2:30 p.m. The name was familiar. It was someone Ruby had dealt with before. "What's this?" Ruby said, forgetting her earlier caution. Lenny curled his fingers around the door handle to leave. "It's a lead. You're the detective. You work it out." "And if it doesn't pan out?" Ruby said, folding up the paper and shoving it in her breast pocket. "I told you I'd find her, and I will. Goldie's just a gesture of goodwill, something to keep you out of trouble. And thanks for this, by the way. If you ever want to do business again." Ruby shook her head, swallowing back the bile induced by her betrayal. "We're both getting what we want. Let's just leave it at that," she retorted. She felt sick in Lenny's company, and there was no way there was going to be a repeat performance. Ruby pulled away from the curb as Lenny returned to his car, but she could still smell his scent in the air. It clung to her senses, along with a growing sense of disloyalty. Her fingers tightened on the steering wheel as she drove to the police station, back to the people she betrayed. But she knew she would get over it. It was collateral damage, the price she had to pay. She could live with her treachery, if it meant catching the killer before they struck again. Chapter 34. After obtaining the IP address, Luddy had seized the CCTV from the internet cafe from where it was sent. At least now they had a description of Ruby's mystery emailer. A dark-haired young female, her features were partially obscured. Her image was firmly imprinted on Ruby's mind as they approached Goldie's address. "Remember what I said?" Ruby turned to Luddy as they approached the door of the flat. "Goldie may seem all sweetness and light, but she'd have you over in a heartbeat. Don't turn your back on her, and don't give her any money." "Money? Why would I give her money?" Luddy said, dropping his voice as the door opened. It did not take much persuading for him to accompany Ruby to the address listed under the guise of the police investigation. Goldie was a bolshy 22-year-old woman who worked for a pimp named Frenchie, known for his connections with dealers in France. Once a hive of intelligence, Goldie had stopped providing information for money after receiving a warning for which she ended up with internal bleeding and the loss of her thumb. Ruby had her suspicions that Lenny had been responsible, and guessed that the woman had escaped execution only because she was worth more alive than dead. On the streets from an early age, Goldie had become hardened to her way of life and earned her pimp a decent income. Ruby did not want to keep such a valuable source of information waiting. Equipped with takeaway teas and a sandwich, she brought the spoils to her flat. Goldie's time was precious, and after a night on the streets, she was probably yet to eat. As much as she needed her, Ruby did not attend that particular estate alone, and Luddy swallowed her lie about chasing information from an anonymous source. Goldie flashed a smile as she welcomed them inside, revealing the gold-plated teeth which had earned her the nickname. That, and the blonde beehive hairstyle piled high on her head. It was not there just to look pretty. Ruby knew that Goldie's long silver hairpins acted as weapons, if the need occurred. She was battle-scarred from a life on the streets. A broken arm, cracked ribs, and now an amputated thumb. Just a few of the injuries she had experienced over the years. "How's it going?" Ruby said, taking a seat across from her. The flat was small and grubby, with one bedroom shared by 6 women, who slept top to toe on a mattress on the floor. They worked the streets by rotation, their lives revolving around sex, sleep, and getting high. Ruby knew their life histories because she had tried to help them, but failed. They had all got there the same way, groomed from a young age by the charming man who would become their jailer. But Frenchie did not need bars on the windows, as long as he fed their addiction. "Cheers," Goldie said, hastily unwrapping the tuna sandwich from its wrapper. "I'm starving, that's how it's going. Frenchie barely gives me time to sleep, fucking knobhead." Ruby could submit an intelligence report, organise another raid to close Frenchie down. But it was a revolving door syndrome, and any loss in earnings would have to be paid back from him driving the women twice as hard. "We can help, if you'll let us," Ruby said, taking a sip of her tea. Even while she was saying it, she knew Goldie would never leave Frenchie, not while she depended on him to supply the drugs that her body craved. "I saw the press conference on the telly last night," Goldie said, failing to acknowledge Ruby's offer of help. "That geezer offering 10 grand for information about the killer of that Charlotte woman. You know, the hit and run under the bridge." Ruby was aware of the reward. It had been sanctioned by the police. Charlotte's husband had offered it in the hope it would provide them with information on her murderer. They also made the newspaper aware of the name Lucy, although it already seemed common knowledge in the media. She knew who to thank for that. She leaned forward in a conspiratorial whisper. "What have you got?" she said. Goldie nodded, wiping the crumbs from her low-cut top. "This Lucy, she's the same person mentioned in the press conference, isn't she? If you want to help me, the best way of doing it is to get me that reward money." "Want one?" Ruby asked, offering a silk cut up to Goldie. It was a new packet, bought to lower the barriers between them. Goldie lit the cigarette, her words peppered with smoke. "There's been this girl sniffing round, asking questions. Called herself Lucy. Said she was looking for her mum." Luddy reached into his folder, and Ruby caught his eye, giving a discreet shake of the head. There was no way Goldie would sign a statement, and even a police pocket notebook entry could be enough cause for her to clam up. They would have to commit her words to memory, or not at all. "I'm telling you because you're the one I trust to get me that reward. I don't want it getting out that I've been helping the police. Not after." Goldie rubbed the nub of her thumb. Her visit with Ruby may have been cleared, but she was left with a lifelong reminder of what happened to people who grasped. Luddy placed his hands back on his lap, and Ruby relaxed into the conversation. You have my word. If your information leads to a charge, then you'll get your reward. She dragged on her cigarette, enjoying the hit of tobacco as it reached the back of her throat. What can you tell me about Lucy? I need times, descriptions, anything you can give me. She came to me a couple of nights ago, Goldie said. She was new to the area, didn't know her way around, but she was street smart, you know, knew where to come for information. Can you describe her? Ruby tapped her cigarette as Luddy coughed from under the cloud of smoke. White girl, scruffy clothes, hungry face. I suppose she was about 5'5", black hair cropped short, big eyes. Colour? Goldie shrugged. Oh God, I dunno. It was dark. She was wearing baggy clothes, but I'd say she was skinny. She didn't look like no junkie, though. I asked what she wanted, and she said she was looking for her mum. Get this. She said her mum's name was Ruby Preston. Why did she say that? Luddy said, seemingly forgetting his promise to leave the talking to Ruby. Ruby inwardly groaned. She had not expected Lucy to give away any information about herself, much less have Goldie blurt it out. Goldie seemed oblivious to the stir she had caused. She said she'd been given up for adoption when she was a kid, and now she was coming to even the score. I told her to go through the authorities. I know all about that. I've given up a kid myself. Goldie cocked her head to one side. Is she yours? There ain't many Ruby Prestons around here that I know about. Did she say where she was staying? Ruby said. Goldie looked from Luddy to Ruby and nodded her head in acknowledgement of her avoidance of the question. In the homeless shelter as far as I know. I don't think she was planning no happy reunion. But you don't know where she is now? Ruby asked. I have something better, Goldie said, shoving her hand down her pink fluorescent bra and producing a piece of wrinkled paper. Her email address. Didn't she give you a phone number? Nah, said her battery was flat. She told me to email her when I had news. I said she'd have to pay for it, and she said she'd get the money somewhere. She was looking for work, cash in hand. Okay, call out the address and I'll make a note, Ruby said, sliding a pen from the bun in her hair. She looked up to see Goldie smiling, her teeth looking like a carnival attraction. You're as bad as me, girl. What else you got tucked away in there? Wouldn't you like to know? Ruby said, pulling out her notebook to take down the information. I'm ready. Goldie blurted a laugh. You think I'm going to hand over information just like that? Come on, girl, you know how this works. Ruby frowned. You said you were helping out for the reward. That's 10 grand you could pocket. What more do you want? Goldie stubbed out her cigarette into an overflowing ashtray and rose from the sofa. The nub of her thumb looked angry and raw as she waved her hand in the air. Don't mug me off. There's fuck all chance of me getting that reward, and what I know is worth a lot more. Goldie, Ruby stood, the air of friendliness dissipating fast. I'm in for a beating if I don't hit my quota. It's dog-eat-dog out there. Ruby exhaled loudly. Goldie was pulling a fast one. She had already been paid for her time. Lenny had seen to that. But she was canny enough to pick up that she had information Ruby did not want Luddy to know. Amazing. Even in your walk of life you have targets to meet, Ruby mused, trying not to sound pissed off. Now, what do you want? For all I know, it's not even working. A ton. I would ask for more, but I know you're skint. Ruby laughed at her audacity. 100 quid? You're having a laugh. Do you know how much money I come out with after paying all my bills? A pittance. I could barely afford this pack of cigarettes. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, love, but we all have our sob stories, and believe me, I'd swap places with you in an heartbeat. How's that boyfriend of yours? He's got plenty of spare cash lying around. Ruby frowned. Goldie was crossing the line. We're not, Luddy began to say, because Ruby guessed that somehow in his dream world he thought Goldie was talking about him. Ruby stood, nodding at the door. Do you mind waiting outside for a second, DC Ludgrove? I'll be right out behind you. Luddy frowned, opening his mouth to speak, then thinking better of it as he obeyed orders. Satisfied he was out of earshot, Ruby faced Goldie head-on. What the hell do you think you're playing at? Oh, so your copper friend doesn't know about you and Mr. Crosby, then? I reckon this information is worth a bit more than a sandwich and a cold cup of tea, don't you? Goldie's eyes narrowed as she smiled. In one swift movement, Ruby grabbed Goldie's good thumb, bending it back as far as it would go. You want to keep this one intact? Then best not to piss me off. I've already paid for our meeting, so hand it over. Now. All right, jeez, Goldie said, shaking her hand as Ruby released it. I forgot what a fiery little bitch you were. Here, take it. I won't be contacting her. People like that bring nothing but trouble to my door. Ruby shoved the folded-up notepaper into her pocket. You shouldn't push me, Goldie. She turned to glance out the window to see the reassuring form of Luddy's silhouette. I've got the Crosbys breathing down my neck on one side and my boss on the other. I thought we were on the level. Goldie sniffed. Well, in that case, I'm sorry. You can't blame a girl for trying, can you? Ruby shrugged. Do you think this Lucy was involved in the murders? For all we know, this might just be a coincidence. She never mentioned any murders to me. She just seemed determined to find out where you lived. I offered her some work to see her through. Frenchie's always on the lookout for some fresh meat, and young girls are right up his alley. Ruby inwardly shuddered. If this were her daughter, then she would have to scoop her up off the streets before she came to any harm. Goldie worked on commission and would not think twice about destroying a young girl's life in return for smack. I don't think Nathan would be very happy with that, Ruby said. He has a vested interest in this girl. Goldie's mouth gaped open. The last thing she would want to do would be to anger the Crosby family. She turned me down. She said she has some bar work lined up. I will tell you one thing, though. She had a look of you about her. It was not until Ruby was clear of Goldie's flat that she checked the notepaper she had handed over. She frowned, unsure how she should feel. It was the same email address that she had contacted earlier, which Ruby had presumed was defunct. But now she wondered if she was wrong. The no longer in use email could have been faked to throw her off the scent. It seemed that Lucy had doubled her efforts, contacting both the journalist and Goldie while on her hunt. Ruby welcomed the contact. The thought of her daughter being connected to the case made her go cold inside. In her wildest dreams, she had never envisaged such a reunion. But she had to be strong and serve the public she vowed to protect. What was that all about? Luddy said, as he turned the ignition of the car. Ask me no questions and I'll tell you no lies, Ruby said, staring at the notepaper. You always say that, Sarge. Was that an official line of inquiry or not? That stuff she said about Lucy being your daughter is something you have to wipe from your mind. She's a smackhead, Luddy. She'll do anything for money. That's why you don't go around there alone. She used to give us some great intel, but she wasn't past blackmailing officers either. Remember D.C. Maguire? Luddy scratched his head. I remember. He was involved in a sexual assault. Right, Ruby said, as he drove away from the block of flats. Who do you think made the allegation? But the police seized DNA evidence. So they did, and Goldie put it there, shoved her fingers down her knickers and grabbed him by the hands. I told you, she's dangerous. You need to be on your toes with that one. Luddy frowned. So when she said Lucy was looking for you, it's just more of the same. I don't want you giving that shit airtime, do you hear me? And the email address? Leave it to me. If anything comes of it, I'll update the investigation, all right? Luddy braked sharply as the traffic lights turned red. I don't mean to speak out of turn, Sarge. Ruby, call me Ruby. I've told you 1,000,000 times. Ruby, Luddy repeated. I'm worried. This is a big investigation. The last thing I want to see is you getting into hot water because you're not following police procedure. Ruby's jaw clenched as she tried to contain her annoyance. How many years have you got in the job? 5 next month, Luddy said, giving her a sideways glance as the lights turned green. How about you come back to me in another 5 years, when you're a little more qualified to tell me how to do mine? Ruby pushed up the ventilator flaps on the dashboard, allowing a gust of dust-coated air to blast its way out. It smelt of engine oil, takeaway food, and the recent shower of rain. She lived and breathed the streets, and would lay her neck on the line to protect its occupants. But how did she tell an idealist that the world was not black and white? Ruby had fought the war from both sides, and did not trust either of them. Chapter 35. We meet again, Chris Douglas, the forensic pathologist, said, as he gowned up outside the address of the semi-detached property on Greenwood Road. It's becoming a bit of a habit, isn't it? Ruby replied, ramming her foot through the paper suit. Her mood was steadily going downhill. After no response from the phone number, she was beginning to regret her meeting with Lenny. With the discovery of another body, things were taking an ugly turn. She looked up to see Chris regarding her with some curiosity. Are you all right? He said, handing her a paper mask as he followed her to the crime scene. The late afternoon sun beat down on Ruby's back, and she was growing more irritable by the minute. I'm fine. Ruby pulled the elastic over the back of her head. They said the body appears staged. Yes, complete with crepe on the door. Given its connection to Emily Edmonds, I thought I'd take a look. Bile rose in her throat as Ruby ducked under the crime scene tape. She wanted more than anything for Chris to be wrong. At least the Emily Edmonds case had been contained. Emily, Harry, and even Charlotte all belonged to the same story. But an unrelated victim meant the potential for future bloodshed was strong. The length of black crepe billowed on the front door, acting as a warning for those who entered. She gazed around the property. A 4-floor Victorian home. It was currently vacant, having been placed up for sale the month before. Just like the last time, D.I. Downs had beaten Ruby to it, but on this occasion, the body was situated in an upstairs bedroom. She craned her neck as she followed his voice, being careful not to touch the banisters while she climbed the narrow stairwell. Spread out over 4 floors, the rooms were small and box-like, but lavishly furnished. Once again, Ruby found herself comparing it to her poky little flat, but consoled herself that at least her flat did not currently house a corpse. There you are, Downs said. Any luck with your inquiries? Ruby shook her head. She'd barely had time to drop Luddy off at the station before being made aware of another body. The team were working flat out, but here she was, concealing intelligence about a possible lead. A lead which could provide vital clues to the team. But questions would be asked about its origin, and after this afternoon's encounter, she did not trust Goldie not to squeal. She wanted to believe that the person claiming to be her daughter was not the same Lucy responsible for the murders, but the email address suggested otherwise. And now there was a new victim to add to the list. The weight of responsibility never felt heavier. "May I?" Ruby said, switching on the light with her gloved hand. The thin curtain fabric did little to blot out the strength of the late afternoon sun, but Ruby wanted the clearest picture possible of the crime scene before her. She gazed at the mirror, which was shrouded in a thin veil of black gauze. On the dresser, a small quartz travel clock lay devoid of batteries, like a creature with its internal organs removed. Ruby turned it over. 1 p.m., the same time that was on the clock at Emily's dump site, Ruby said. Somewhere in the corridors of her mind, she felt a whisper of familiarity to this scene, yet it was faint, too faint to draw upon as she tried to drag it into her mind. "They've unplugged the digital clock too," Down said. "Did you catch the briefing on the victim?" Ruby shook her head, having missed radio updates during her heated debate with Luddy. "Her name's Monica Sherwood. Works in banking. Her husband reported her missing yesterday. He came back from a conference to find the house empty. Her phone, wallet, everything was at home, which is several miles from here, by the way." "No sign of forced entry?" "Nope, neither here or at home. Like Emily, she was a daughter given up for adoption over 20 years ago." "Which means we've got a serial killer on our hands," Ruby said solemnly, approaching the body. Monica's hair was draped over the pillow, her lips coated in what looked like a fresh application of red lipstick. Her long brunette locks appeared recently brushed, but the clump of matted hair at the back of her skull suggested something more sinister. An application of ivory foundation masked the bruises darkening her skin. Her face lacked the terrified expression of her predecessor, Emily Edmonds, which still haunted Ruby's nightmares. "Death was quicker for this one," Ruby said, voicing her thoughts aloud. She cleared her throat, realizing that the forensic pathologist was staring at her. "Any idea of cause?" Chris bent over the body, lightly moving Monica's head to one side. "There's obvious trauma to the back of the skull. She has ligature marks to her wrists, and from the lesions around her mouth, I'd say she was wearing a gag. She doesn't seem to have the same lacerations to the tongue as the previous victim. Body appears to have been washed and staged like before, which won't help with forensic recovery. I'll be able to tell you more after the post-mortem." "And there was no sign of forced entry here either. Just how are they getting in?" Ruby said, racking her brain for a connection. "Someone from Crosby's estate agents came upon her when he was showing potential buyers around. Not something you'd expect to see during a viewing." He chuckled. "Indeed," Ruby said, although it was hardly the time to be cracking jokes. People like Chris seemed immune to the horrors of death, as it was thrust upon them day after day. Ruby strived to cling to that semblance of her humanity, no matter how grim things became. Unease crept over her at the mention of the Crosby family name. Was it a coincidence that the victim had been dumped in one of their properties? Or was there something more sinister at play? "Are we pulling this duvet back or what?" Down said, receiving the thumbs up from Emma, the crime scene investigator, as she turned to reload her camera. Taking a corner each, Downs and Ruby pulled the top half back, revealing Monica's torso. Despite the questionable smell, the long white Victorian nightgown was spotlessly clean. "Looks like Monica has been given a change of clothes, too." Ruby peeped under the bottom half of the duvet to see that her feet were bare. "Well, they've gone to a lot of trouble," Chris replied. "This was the result of long-term planning," Down said. "It wasn't an act of impulse." Chris turned to look at the mirror. "Very curious. I'll do some rearranging, try to have this lady on the table this evening." "Best I'd be off," Ruby said, bemused, as she watched Emma walk the eye downs out to the front door. She was yet to finish photographing the scene, but as the young girl chatted happily about some pub she frequented, her mind appeared to be on other things. "Oh, and Ruby, count me in on the next time you're organising a shift drinking session. All work and no play and all that," Chris said. "Will do," Ruby replied, wishing there was something to celebrate. Chapter 36. "What's wrong with you?" Ruby said, watching Ash frantically poke at his phone. Too engrossed in his task, he did not hear her come in, and he continued swearing under his breath as he peered at the screen. "He's deleting his tweets," Eve said, striding past her with a wad of paperwork. "Tweets? You do realise we're running a murder investigation here, don't you?" "It's of life and death importance, apparently," Eve said, wearing a hint of a smile. "DCI Warro's following him on Twitter. It's part of her new initiative to get to know us all a bit better." "Not another one of her bloody initiatives," Ruby said, rolling her eyes. "It's not as if she's got anything better to do, is it?" "Just be glad it's not Facebook," Luddy said. "Did you see that photo he posted last night?" "I'm not on Facebook for exactly that reason," Ruby said, stealing a boiled sweet from his desk. She had renewed her conviction to give up cigarettes yet again, figuring her bad habits would be her downfall one day. "Has anyone spoken to Monica's husband, Adam Sherwood, yet?" "I did, just before the body was found," Eve said, raising her hand as if she was in school. Ruby made a mental note to speak to her about being more assertive. "Before they found the body? What are you, psychic?" "Well, I do follow the horoscopes as it happens." Eve blushed under the strength of Ruby's withering gaze. "Sorry. All missing persons reports are highlighted to us now, particularly if they've given up a child for adoption in the past." Ruby thought of the email address that she had used to contact Lucy. She would keep trying in case its owner activated it again. She had little choice. Not when there was a nutcase scooping up women from their homes. What's her husband got to say about it? Adam, her other half, said that she didn't want children and never spoke about the adoption. I got the impression that she wasn't the maternal type. So if someone came to her door purporting to be her daughter, she may not have given them a warm welcome, Ruby said, removing Ash's phone from his grip and shoving it in the drawer. Eve rose from her desk. "I'm just popping out," she said, picking up her jacket from the back of her chair. "Can I have a quick word first?" Ruby said, nodding towards her office. Eve faltered. "Sure. Would you like me to bring in a cuppa?" "Go on then, you've twisted my arm. Strong, 3 sugars. And 2 tea bags, yes, I know." Ruby pulled her chair into her desk. She had 5 minutes to look into Warro's agitated caller, because of the workload threatening to engulf her whole. Something was going on with Miss Prissypants, and she would make it her business to find out what. As Nathan used to say, there were 2 things in life that got people into the most trouble: money and sex. She clicked on the form to request a credit check. It was time to do a little digging. "Sorry," Eve said, mopping up the spillage from the mug of tea she had just placed on Ruby's desk. "That's okay," Ruby said, switching off her computer screen as she gratefully accepted the beverage. She blew the steam before taking a sip. "Blimey, has the milk been rationed?" "Sorry," Eve said. "Shall I go and get some more?" "Sit down," Ruby said. "And for God's sake, stop apologizing." Eve stopped suddenly, swallowing the apology she was about to deliver. She took a sip of coffee, most likely to shut herself up. Placing the mug on the desk, she twiddled with her hands. "I just wanted to check you're okay," Ruby said. "You haven't seemed yourself lately. Not working you too hard, are we?" "No, I'm fine." Eve peered out the window in a manner that suggested she would like to be anywhere as long as it wasn't in Ruby's office. "It's just that," Ruby said, wishing she had rehearsed the words. Everything was so politically correct now. Say the wrong thing and you would find yourself up in front of a tribunal. It was a far cry from when she joined, when she was patted on the bottom and told to stay out of trouble. She brought her attention back to Eve. Their impromptu meeting was the last thing she needed, with everything else going on, but she had watched her for some time now, and her behavior was beginning to grate. "I know it's tough working in an office full of men, but is something wrong? Your confidence seems to have nosedived in the last few weeks." Eve's glance fell onto her lap, where she pulled at a loose thread from her knee-length skirt. In the absence of a response, Ruby continued. "You're a good detective, but if you want to progress up the career ladder, you need to be more assertive. Don't let them take the piss out of you. Even D.I. Downs treats you like a lapdog." She sighed, wondering if her words were sinking in. He grew up in an age when sexism was accepted, but it's no excuse and shouldn't be tolerated now. Things will be a lot easier if you learn to stop apologizing and grow thicker skin. Does that make sense? "It's not easy," Eve replied in a quiet voice. Ruby strained to listen. "And that's another thing, you've got to speak up. Talk with authority. Say it loud. Don't apologize unless there's a very good reason for it. Banter is fine, but don't let them treat you like you're a second-class citizen. You can help them with their workloads as long as it works both ways." Ruby sighed as she watched Eve withdraw into herself. "I'm not having a go at you. I'm just trying to help, because sometimes I see you when nobody's looking, and you don't seem very happy. Are you being bullied? Is that what it is?" Silence fell, and Ruby's gaze lingered on Eve as she waited for her response. "No, but it's not easy for me. If people knew—" Eve blinked twice, her blue doe eyes filled with sadness. "Knew what?" "I can't say." Eve sniffled. "You can tell me to mind my own business, but if something's affecting your work, then we need to discuss it. Is it something at home? Family problems? Finances?" Eve bit her bottom lip, a scarlet hue rising up her cheeks. "I told you, I can't say. I'll take on board everything you said. I'll try harder. Now can I go? My shift ended half an hour ago." Ruby frowned. Since the discovery of another body, it was a given that the investigating team would be in for another late finish. But there was something about Eve's demeanor that made Ruby uneasy. Eve had changed from being calm and composed to someone ready to snap. "Okay, but my door is open if you want to talk." Eve stared at the floor, her eyes swimming with tears. Ruby got the feeling that the young woman had not listened to a word she had said. "Just remember, you can't afford to be taking on other people's workloads as well as your own. If any of them lot give you grief, then just tell them where to go." Eve nodded vigorously as she rose. Pulling a tissue from under her sleeve, she made it past the door before bursting into tears and running out into the corridor. Ruby walked out of her office, and all eyes turned on her. "What did you say to her?" Downs said, biting off a chunk of Mars bar. Ruby rolled her eyes before she turned to face him. He had never been afforded with a sense of discretion. "Nothing. I think she's a bit stressed." She turned to the rest of the team. "So ease off on her, guys, okay?" Heads nodded and murmurs rumbled in an acknowledgement of her request. Ruby was not going to chase after Eve, but she would be keeping a close eye on her. Downs scrunched up the chocolate wrapper and threw it in the bin. "Oh, and Ruby, briefing's in 10. Crime scene investigators have picked up specks of blood in Monica Sherwood's hallway, and DCI Worrell has made the decision to bring in her husband for questioning. I thought our sights were on Lucy as a suspect for this case, Luddy said. He stretched his arms in a yawn. Sweat patches dampened the underarms of his shirt. He looked tired. They were all being pushed to the limit. Think about it, Ruby said, preempting her boss's reply. If you wanted to bump your missus off, it's a pretty clever tactic to piggyback another killer's method. Just say you're going away, then come back early and set it up. There was no sign of struggle in her home, which means either it was someone she knew or was happy to allow inside. Or someone that had a key. Downs piped up, sucking the melted chocolate from his thumb. It's a leafy suburb and quite private. Most of the people that live in that area work during the day. What about the property where the body was found? Ruby asked Luddy. Have you picked up anything? It was burgled last year, and they changed the lock straight after. It's a high-value property worth in excess of $2 million. Ruby frowned as something clicked in the back of her brain. A high-value property. The ones Nathan's estate agency dealt with. She shook the thought away. Why would Nathan or any of the Crosbys be involved in this? It was a ludicrous idea. She sighed, knowing police would check it out just the same. Early examination at the scene suggests Monica wasn't killed at the dump site, Ruby said. She could have spent time elsewhere, possibly the same place as Emily. I know it's difficult, but we need to continue working with the adoption agency to obtain details of women who have given their children up for adoption in the area. Then we've got to offer safeguarding, at least until we get this person behind bars. Getting information from the adoption agency is like pulling teeth, Luddy said. They're insisting it goes through the courts. And that will be fast-tracked, now another body's turned up on our patch. Luddy, I want you to oversee all dealings with the adoption agency and report back to me. We need to delve deeper with them, find out how our suspect is getting this information so readily. Will do, Luddy said. I'll follow up with them today. Good, Ruby said. Not because she thought he would help solve the case, but because of what he had heard. If the courts authorized the police to view a list of local women who had given their children up for adoption, Ruby knew her name would be among them. And the fewer people who knew about that, the better. Chapter 37. Lucy swiped her cheekbones with the dampened cotton wool, removing the last layer of makeup. Staring at her pallid reflection, she wondered where she had gone awry. Why did she keep picking the wrong mother? All she had ever wanted was somebody to love her, to say the magic words and bring her home. Tilting the bottle of toner, she dabbed it onto another cotton wool pad. Lucy dragged it across her skin, shedding her persona as she returned to real life. But she could not leave her troubles behind. Her potential mothers were selfish bitches. They screamed and whined about how they wanted to get home, without even a thought for her. Nobody ever apologized, or asked her how she was feeling. And when they begged, why weren't they pleading for forgiveness? Why weren't they saying what a terrible mistake they had made? Time and time again, she overlooked their hurtful comments in an effort to make things right. Picking up the paddle brush, she eased it through her hair, staring unblinkingly at the mirror. She didn't recognize the blank-faced person gazing back at her. She was a nobody, with no real identity or persona. Stepping out of real life had become a practice which made her feel real again, as if she mattered in the world. When she eased on her dress and wore her blonde curls, a calmness spread over her. It was nice to be a child again, without boundaries or cares for the adult world. In the confines of the basement, she was safe, and all attention was on her. And if pain was to be inflicted, she would be the one doing it. But all she wanted was to be graced with the life she deserved, Barefooted, she hardly made a sound as she padded into the kitchen, pausing to gaze out the window to the streets below. She had truly believed Monica was the one, and she could have been, had she not cracked her skull. She had not meant to hurt her, but a hysterical, snapping woman would hardly qualify as the mother she had longed for all her life. Her eyes strained against the daylight, and she wished she didn't have to go outside. Lucy loved her underground space and the feelings it invoked. Her Christmas tree, the twinkling lights. From the minute she forced her way through the cobwebs and decay, she had seen potential in the dank space. Finding her mother had become an addiction which absorbed the pain inflicted by her past. And as for Ruby Preston, Lucy was enjoying their little game. Somehow it made real life more bearable as she integrated with the outside world. She smiled as she picked up the black-edged envelope, running her fingers over the rim. She was looking forward to her next contact. She had lots more in store for her. Chapter 38. "Please, Mummy, can we have these ones? They're my favourites in the whole world," Sophie said, jumping up and down in an effort to reach the chocolate-coated breakfast cereal on the top shelf. "No, love, they're full of sugar. How about Rice Krispies instead?" her mother replied, placing the blue box into the shopping trolley. As Lucy watched Anita placate her child in Tesco, she realised where she had been going wrong all this time. She involved herself with women who did not know the value of nurturing. Selfish women, like Emily and Charlotte, who lacked the maternal instinct, and therefore could not accept her as their own. Watching Anita with her daughter was a joy to behold, and immediately Lucy knew it was meant to be. With her plaited dark hair and pink summer dress, Sophie was obviously the focus of her mother's adoration. This was a child who was happy, secure, and loved. Lucy smiled. This was her mother too, her true mother, who would take her in without a moment's hesitation. Lucy imagined turning up at her doorstep. Anita would probably be overwhelmed that her firstborn daughter had come home, just like in the movies. But what had been an advantage would also turn out to be something of an obstacle. She could not have her perfect family with another child in the way. A 6-year-old would have to be disposed of, but she could not drop her off in a housing estate, as she had done with Monica's dog. The murder of a child would bring a whole new side to the police investigation, which was getting increasing media attention. They were already painting her as a monster, but it was simply not true. Lucy told herself that sacrifices would have to be made. Of course there were other options. She knew people who would pay well for such a pretty little girl. But those sorts of people were ill-intentioned, and she could not have such a transaction on her conscience. No, it was kinder to end it. Allow Sophie to die in peace, with fond memories of her family, knowing that she was always loved. And Lucy would be there to take over in assisting Anita with her grief. But it would take serious planning, especially now that the police were on the lookout. Monica's death had raised their attention, but nobody understood. She had gained a lot of satisfaction from wiping out the unworthy candidates: Harry, Charlotte, Emily, Monica. Just thinking about their murders sent a delicious shiver down her spine. But she was not sure how she felt about taking such a young life, and struggled to justify it in her mind. Yet she could not waste another moment. It would be Christmas in a few months, and everything hinged on that perfect day. There would be no more rehearsals. Everything had to be perfect. Lucy walked between the aisles of the shopping centre, staring at the products on display. She wanted this meeting to be special, comforting. Plucking some cleaning products from the shelves, she popped them in her basket. She had much stronger stuff at home, but the gentle scented air fresheners and candles were kinder to inhale. She wondered what Anita liked the best. She would have to make a note of her favourites the next time she visited. She already knew that Sophie liked Cocoa Pops for breakfast, and Ribena instead of tea. She came to the end of the aisle, turning right for breakfast cereals. Her thoughts brought a frown. Just how long would Sophie be staying there? Lucy wasn't very good with children. Sophie seemed a bit like one of those exotic pets that she wasn't quite sure what to do with. A bitter voice rose from inside. It knew exactly what to do if she wanted to have Anita all to herself. But there was another side to Lucy, the side that did her food shopping in Tesco and checked the weather forecast for rain. She was the sensible one, and was worth listening to, because she didn't want to end up in prison. Her whole childhood had been a prison. No, there must be a way to compromise. But if Anita came, then Sophie was coming too. She would sort out the finer details later. Lucy looked around, realizing she had lost them. It didn't matter. She knew where they lived, their routes, where she went to school, and where Anita spent her time. Flowers. She could buy some flowers and make the place look pretty. There were all sorts of things she could get to make it nice. She could even get a commode instead of a chair, one of those seats with a built-in potty. After all, Anita was a lady. She would not soil herself like the others. Lucy dismissed the thought. It was too messy. Besides, Anita was going to pass all the tests, and then she would be free. A small, doubtful voice spoke from inside. Just how do you think you're going to get away with that? Everyone is looking for you. Lucy smiled. She would get away with it because she was not Lucy in the real world. The person she was presenting now, as she walked down the aisle of the supermarket, was someone else entirely. Having a loving mother was her destiny, her happy ending, and every story deserved a happy ever after. Chapter 39. Nathan sighed as he took a seat across from the young woman who had introduced herself simply as Kathy. Her makeup was gaudy, her eyes mistrustful, and her clothes smelt like she had lived in them for a month. He really didn't have time for this today. The clubs were Lenny's responsibility, and he had better things to do than interview some street rat looking for a job. She wiped her nose with the back of her hand, her dark coal-lined eyes peeping out from under her blunt fringe. I heard you're taking on girls. I need a job. Nathan shook his head. He was getting too old for this shit. I'm not running a creche here, love. What age are you? 16? 17? She glared at him, eyes alight with a fire of indignation. I'm 20. Producing a bent-up passport, she slid it across the table. A sad, pale-faced girl stared out from the passport photo. Nathan examined the paperwork. He could spot a fake a mile off, mainly because they used to make good money from producing them. This was the real thing. She reached out to snatch it back, and Nathan clamped down her arm, pushing up the sleeve of her jacket to examine her skin for puncture marks. Satisfied she was clean, he released his grip. Did he tell you what the job entails? I'm not a kid. I've been living on the streets long enough to know how things work around here. Is there a job going or not? Take your top off. Kathy's eyes darted left and right as she stood. Can't we go somewhere a bit more private? Nathan screwed his face in disgust. Jesus, I'm not interested in that. I'm checking you for wires. Like anyone who attended the club out of hours, she had been searched on the way in. But there was something about the lack of fear behind her eyes that made Nathan uncomfortable. He had seen that defiance before, and it usually brought him nothing but trouble. Oh, It's just that I heard Lenny likes to, she said, pulling off her sweatshirt. She stood before him, her skinny frame encompassed in a black bra and jeans. Well, I'm not Lenny. Nathan signalled at her to turn around. She was too young to carry the scars and bruises that mapped her body, and he dropped his gaze. Do you want me to take the rest of my clothes off? Kathy said, reaching around to remove her bra. Get dressed, Nathan said, in a voice that was not to be disobeyed. Kathy sniffed in disgust as she pushed her head through her jumper. I fucking hate the cops. All they ever give me is grief. She was nothing more than a kid, and Nathan shuddered to think what Lenny would be doing with her now, had he been the one interviewing. Nathan had moved the escorting service online, closing down the shoddy massage parlours and backstreet knocking shops. But he still had a long way to go in order to persuade Lenny to shut down that leg of the business completely. His brother enjoyed having girls on tap. You don't want to work for us, Nathan said. Why don't you go home to your family? My parents don't care about me, Kathy said sullenly. I'll do whatever you want. Please. I've nowhere to live. I've been sleeping under the bridge, but there's some weirdos hanging around, and I don't feel safe there anymore. There's weirdos everywhere, Nathan said, drumming his fingers against the table. We just deal with the rich ones. Nathan rubbed his stubbled chin. Getting her into escorting would be like feeding her to the sharks. Sure, the clientele had improved, but he could not assure her safety, and despite her bolshy attitude, he could not shake off the feeling he was taking advantage of a vulnerable young girl. I'm not asking for a handout. I'm asking for a job. I've heard your girls make good money as escorts. Sorry, babe, but it's not for you. You're too young for a start and way too skinny. Here, he said, reaching into his trouser pocket and pulling out a £20 note. Go and sort yourself out with a hot meal. I can't help you. Kathy pushed the money away. Please, Mr. Crosby. I just need somewhere I can wash and lay my head at night. I'm a good worker. I'll do as many hours as you want. Nathan frowned. She was not going to give up. He imagined her lying in the doorway of his club, making him look bad. It was only a matter of time before some scumbag took advantage of her. Someone like Frenchie, who fed his girls on a diet of smack and greasy STD-ridden punters. Oi, Jules? Nathan waved at one of the barmaids, a mixed-race girl with an East London accent. Dressed in the uniform of black shirt and trousers, she sauntered over, frowning, as she clapped eyes on Kathy. Not you again, I told you to bugger off, she said, her jaw mechanically working on a wad of chewing gum. Honestly, Mr. Crosby, she's been bugging me all week. I've told her you don't take on street kids, but she wouldn't leave me alone. Nathan did not take kindly to being told what he did or did not do. You're short at the bar, aren't you? He said, shoving the £20 note into Jules's hand, pulling another tenner from his pocket and laying it on top. Show her upstairs so she can have a wash, and buy her a change of clothes. She can have a trial behind the bar tonight. We'll see how she goes. Cheers, Kathy said, breaking into a smile. Nathan grabbed Kathy's wrist. Don't you go stealing from me, mind. People that steal from me soon live to regret it. Nathan pulled the terse look he always did when Ruby's name flashed up on the screen. He had just got rid of one ball of grief, and now here she was, a reminder of a past he was trying hard to forget. Yes, he said, his forehead creasing in a frown. Oh, nice. Hello to you too, she said, the wind muffling her voice. Was she on her way home from work? Out on a job? Was she safe? Nathan's jaw tightened as he tried to quell his concern. What do you want, Ruby? I've something to ask you. Are you on your own? Yes, go on, he said, trying not to be lured in by the sound of her voice. He thought of the scent of her skin, her lips, her teeth, her tongue. We're investigating a series of murders. Women who have been gagged, bound, and their bodies staged in expensive properties for the police to find. You wouldn't happen to know anything about them, would you? You've come to the wrong place if you're expecting me to help the police with their inquiries, Nathan said dryly. He did know about it. The last 2 bodies had turned up in properties which were on his books. Despite his frostiness, Ruby breathed a good-natured laugh. Okay, you can't blame a girl for trying. We're on the lookout for a young woman, early 20s. White girl, not very tall, slim, either black or blonde hair, goes by the name of Lucy. She was in the homeless shelter, but she's moved on. Apparently she's looking for work. If you see anyone suspicious in the area, can you let me know? As I said, I'm no grass. She could be a murderer. I don't care if she's Myra fucking Hindley. I've told you I don't help police, yeah. Innocent women have been killed and it's not ending there. But don't you worry your head. You go back to whatever important work you're doing. I'm sure it's a wonderful contribution to society. Nathan stared in disbelief as the line went dead. She hung up on him. She actually hung up on him, of all the bloody... She was in the homeless shelter, but she's moved on. Apparently she's looking for work. Ruby's description of her suspect echoed in his brain. It was a description that could fit anyone, yet... Lucy. A name which invoked pain, past memories. He had seen Kathy's passport. It couldn't be her. It wasn't possible. He could ring Ruby now, ask her to come around unofficially to speak to the girl. But the thought was fleeting. Police were not welcome in his establishments, and if there was a problem to sort out, he would see to it himself. Chapter 40. Thank you for coming, DCI Worrow said, as Ruby pulled up a chair. I understand that you're very busy. Ruby crossed, then uncrossed her legs, trying to contain her rising jitters as she wondered why Worrow had called her at such a late hour. It was 9 p.m., and they were the only people on the floor of the so-called Ivory Towers. Unlike the minions in Serious Crime, who were still working on the floor below, the rest of her superior officers had all gone home. Worrow interlocked her fingers and rested them on the desk. Even at this late hour she was perfectly groomed, her black bobbed hair styled to perfection. Ruby patted her dishevelled bun to find the pen she had embedded in it earlier. Too late to worry about it now, she thought, as DCI Worrow spoke. I came in to see you this afternoon, and I was disappointed to see that both yours and D.I. Downes's office doors were closed. This goes against my imposed open-door policy, and I believe it could be contributing towards the low morale of your team. The woman spoke in such an officious tone, it was as if she were reading the words. But that was her nature, as far as Ruby could see. Stilted, unnatural. Ruby wanted to say that the only time her team suffered from low morale was when Worrow came to visit. She refrained from rolling her eyes, as such behaviour would be unbecoming of a police sergeant. Her superior's attitude got on her nerves. Coming out with this crap when they were juggling with a serial killer. Fresh from a university business degree, Worrow was always coming up with ideas, strategies and discussions. While Ruby admired her, getting fast-tracked for promotion at such a young age, flying through the ranks, had left Worrow with little time to experience life on the streets. It was hardly any wonder that officers could not identify with her. With a privileged upbringing and a swish Hampstead pad, she was totally out of place in Ruby's world. And the thing was, she was never going to change. Shoreditch was a temporary stay for Worrow, a test of her resilience. But unlike Downes, Ruby did not want to set her up to fail. Instead of arguing, Ruby decided to give her a break and listen to what she had to say. Ruby nodded as DCI Worro spoke about open doors, social media, and weekly team-building meetings. She tried to look interested as she told her about the new spreadsheet she was introducing to the team to track their individual targets and detection rates. "We're nearly finished," she said, as Ruby's head snapped up from checking her watch. "There's one more thing I need to speak to you about." Ruby tried to look interested, but it was past 9 o'clock and she had not eaten since 12, and there was still lots to do. "I've had an informal complaint from a member of your team. They've expressed some concerns with regards to your style of management." "Style of management? Are you serious?" Ruby blurted in disbelief. As Worro's eyebrows shot up, Ruby regained her composure. "So, you're saying someone from my team has complained about me?" Worro drew in a terse breath. "It's not an official complaint, just an expression of concern." Ruby could feel her blood pressure rising. Why didn't Worro just get to the point? "Mum, with all due respect, I've no idea what you're talking about. Concern for what?" "They wouldn't provide any details, only to say they had concerns with regards your background and the company you keep. They also had misgivings with regards to your reluctance to adhere to procedure. While no formal complaint has been made, these are things I will be keeping a very close eye on for the welfare of my team." Welfare of her team? Since when had she done anything to contribute? The heat of her temper rose within, and she fought back the urge to slap the smug smile from Worro's face. How dare she, Ruby thought, lecturing her about the welfare of her team? To Worro, they were just numbers to input on a spreadsheet. How many arrests, how many successful charges, making up pretty little pie charts to impress the bosses. She did not know that Ash's wife suffered from morbid depression, and his mum had moved in to help with the kids. She wasn't aware that Luddy was struggling with his sergeant's exams because he was dyslexic, and too embarrassed to admit it. And she sure didn't know that Eve was struggling to get past her insecurities. Worro had not earned the right to call them her team, when all she had ever paid them was lip service. I'm still not clear what the complaint is about. Can you at least elaborate? A member of your team has issues with your reluctance about sticking to police policy. And the company I keep? Ruby asked, her heart picking up a beat. Worro was new to her post and trying to make a name for herself. If she knew of her acquaintance with the Crosby family, it could spell serious trouble for Ruby's career. They wouldn't elaborate, other than to say it was not befitting of a police sergeant, particularly a member of the serious crime team. But I was double vetted prior to taking the post. Something I'm well aware of, and there's nothing to say these claims are substantiated. Worro sighed, and lowering her voice, she leaned across the table. Ruby, I know you think I'm some sort of automaton, that I'm just here to step over people on my way to promotion. Ruby opened her mouth to respond, and Worro raised her hand. Let me finish. Believe it or not, I'm on your side. I appreciate how tough it is working in a male-dominated world, and I just wanted to say, you need to watch your back. I'd hate to lose you. Worro's gaze shifted towards the door, as if she expected the professional standards department to jump out at any minute. Straightening her posture, her cool veneer regained a foothold. What do you suggest I do? The heat of Ruby's anger visibly evaporated as the fear of losing her job took hold. This job is my life. I've worked hard to get where I am. I can't lose it all now. I appreciate that, and nobody is questioning your dedication to the team. But you've got to be seen to be doing the right thing. You mix with unsavory characters as part of your role, and as long as you have a legitimate reason for doing so, then you've nothing to worry about. Ruby fell silent as she tried to figure out how much trouble she was in. Was Worro holding back? Did she know more? Worro interlaced her fingers. I may have come down a bit hard. There's nothing official in motion and nobody's out to get you. I just wanted to make you aware so we could nip it in the bud. I'm just trying to think of what I've done to warrant a complaint. I guess I'll have to document who I speak to in the future, in case I get pulled up for it. That would be wise, even if it's a quick update in your pocket notebook. Just keep yourself covered, that's all I'm saying. This isn't like any other job. You don't get to leave it at home at the end of the day. Ruby smiled. You're not going to tell me to get a job in B&Q now, are you? Worro could not help but smile in return. No. I think we'll keep you where you are. Besides, I've heard you're terrible at DIY. She unclasped her hands and pushed back her chair. Yes. Well, I believe this has been quite a productive meeting. Let's hear no more about it. Ruby nodded. Worro had made it clear. The unofficial complaint was going away. She did not feel guilty, because her loyalty to her team should never have been called into question. But as Ruby left Worro's office, she wondered if she knew her boss at all. There was a lot more to Worro than the unyielding senior officer she presented to the team. She had caught a spark of humanity behind those cool blue eyes, and given her recent phone call, she was not as prim and proper as she pretended to be. Chapter 41. Glad you could make it, Ruby said, as Eve rested her bag on the shiny copper-topped bar. How are you feeling now, any better? Yes, much, Eve shouted over the din of the crowd. After a shitty day's work, Ruby had suggested they attend the Blind Pig in Soho, and the team seemed happy to follow suit. Every month, she held a mystery pub works night out. Her team were willing to travel the extra miles to see what sort of weird and wonderful place she would come up with. Even Eve had come from home, catching the tube to join in on the fun. A work night out was much needed, and it was payday after all. Cocktails were an expensive luxury that Ruby could barely afford, but every month the first round was on her. Well, drink up then. We've only got an hour until closing, Ruby said, handing Eve her drink. I've ordered you a slap and pickle. I shouldn't really be drinking. I'm on antibiotics, Eve said. What's in it? Gin, brandy, and pickle brine, Ruby said with a mischievous grin. Go on, I've bought it now, one won't do you any harm. Eve took a tentative sip, looking like she had swallowed a lemon. So, what's this I hear about Facebook photos? Ruby said, turning back to Ash and Luddy, who were drinking rum-infused milkshakes. You want to see? Ash said, his cheeks pink from the alcohol infiltrating his system. I'm surprised Facebook let you post them, Luddy said, a grin spreading across his face. Oh, they've been removed, but I've got them on my phone, see? Ruby leaned over and stared at what looked like badly taken holiday snaps of various landscapes. I don't see anything, she peered, apart from that round thing blotting the sun. What is it? She brought the phone closer to her nose. It's not a fly. Hang on, are those? She spluttered on her drink. Are those hairs? Downes's hearty laugh exploded from behind her. Don't you know a bollock when you see one, Ruby? Ruby's expression turned into a mixture of horror and disbelief. In the name of all things holy! What? Why? She thrust the phone back to Ash, who was now wiping the tears erupting from the corner of his eyes. It's called nutscaping. It has its own website and everything. How do you... Ruby said. On second thoughts, I don't want to know. Her eyes widened. You didn't tweet that, did you? Oh, yeah, Luddy said. Can you imagine Warrow's face when she saw that? Old Ash has been on holiday and dropped his kegs to bend over and take a photo of his nutsack. Excuse me, it's very tastefully done, Ash sniggered. I had to get the camera ready, then get me old man out of the way. Not an easy task, I can tell you. Ruby's smile faded as Warrow's name returned the memory of their encounter earlier in the day. She was yet to come to terms with the fact that a member of her team had grassed her up. Most likely someone she had just bought a drink. Going for a ciggy, she said, signalling towards the door. I'll be back in a minute. Time one of you tight sods got around in. The faded gold lighter flickered into life, giving barely enough flame to light the silk cut in Ruby's mouth. It was one of her most treasured possessions, and all she had left of her dad. She sucked until a circular orange glow punctuated the night air. Closing her eyes, she inhaled, mulling over the troubling thoughts invading her brain. I thought you'd given them up. A soft voice came from behind. It was Luddy. I have. This is just a social smoke, Ruby said, lowering the cigarette, now imprinted with her signature red lipstick. What are you doing out here? You don't smoke. Fresh air. I don't think the cocktails agreed with me, he said, masking a burp into his closed fist. Ruby smiled, taking another slow drag of her cigarette. Did you know that the blind pig is American underworld slang for den of iniquity? No, I didn't, Luddy said, shoving his hands in his trouser pockets. I've never been to this place before. I don't know how you found it. She stared into his eyes, slowly delivering her words. Do you think I'm corrupting you? Corrupting me? No. Luddy exhaled an awkward laugh. Then why did you report me to Warrow? Luddy was the only person who had challenged her in the last few days, and it stuck in her gut to think that he went running to his DCI instead of having it out with her. The smile slid from his face. For what? I haven't spoken to her. Ruby dragged hard on the remnants of her cigarette, locking the smoke in her lungs before letting it go. I thought we were a tight team. If my rule-bending worried you that much, you should have spoken to me. Is this about our visit to Goldie? Sarge, Ruby swiveled her head left and right, grateful that nobody had heard. It's Ruby, for fuck's sake. I don't let you call me Sarge when I'm at work, much less draw attention to us when we're out on the piss. Ruby, then, Luddy said. I didn't report you. Sure, I was worried about how you handled things, but only for you, not the job. You're the best sergeant I've ever had. The last thing I'd do is go telling tales. Well, somebody did. Actually, I'm quite offended that you thought it was me, Luddy sniffed. Well, if you didn't, Ruby said, ignoring his mild outrage, then who did? Ruby was relieved that she had clung on to her senses and decided to leave the pub early. It was a very rare occurrence. It was not a proper piss-up unless she had disgraced herself in some way, either by dancing on a club podium or waking up with downs in her bed. But there was work to be done, jobs to oversee, and witnesses to interview. So they had all sensibly rolled home at closing time, their expensive cocktails warming their bellies. But the drinks outing had done little to quell her rising anxiety. Someone was out to cause her trouble, and given her recent activity, they might not be short of ammunition. Ruby stiffened as she caught sight of a shadow in the stairwell of her flat. Clenching her fists, she prepared for confrontation. As they stepped forward, she exhaled a sigh of relief. It was Darren, the neighbour she had helped out in the past. "Sorry," he said, stepping into the light. "I didn't mean to frighten you." "You didn't," Ruby lied, wondering what he was doing on her floor. "Everything all right? It's not your mum, is it?" "Nah, she's all right," Darren said, his hands nestled down the front of his tracksuit bottoms. "It's Mr. Crosby, Nathan. Have you heard? He's been stabbed." Chapter 42. Flashing her warrant card, Ruby smiled apologetically at the matron as she granted her access to the ward. At 2 a.m, it was way past visiting hours, and she was careful to shield her face as she passed the CCTV cameras on the way in. It was unlikely to be viewed, but if anything else was to happen that night, awkward questions would be asked in the morning. The last place she expected to find herself was at hospital at 2 in the morning, but a stairwell chat with her neighbour Darren had given her information that temporarily stopped her heart. Nathan had been admitted to hospital after a ruck in his home. Little was known, apart from the fact they had tried to stab him as he slept. She had taken a chance coming to the hospital, but she knew the matron would have kicked his family out as soon as Nathan was bedded in. The soft glow of a bedside lamp warmed his features, and she saw a peace that had not been present in years. She had no intention of waking him. A stabbing was recorded, but little explanation was offered. Ruby clenched her jaw. It was related to Lenny. It had to be. Since coming out of prison he had caused nothing but trouble, gaining back his territory from the dealers trying to muscle in. Silently, she sidled up to the bed, her heart sinking at the sight of Nathan's vulnerability. The private room offered comfort, but it was of poor consolation when he could have just as easily been lying in a hospital mortuary. The thought pierced her heart, and she swallowed back the bitterness rising up her throat. Nathan's eyes opened as he inhaled, and he blinked a few times before focusing his gaze on her. "Ruby," he said, his throat dry, reaching out his hand over the waffle blankets. Ruby glanced up at the closed door before pulling in her chair. Barely trusting herself to speak, she leaned in and kissed him tenderly on the lips. Her tears betrayed her bravado as they silently spilled down her cheeks. She had come here to tell him off, to warn him against any dealings in his brother's business. But with a belly full of alcohol lowering her defences, her emotions erupted and all the stresses of the last week came out. She steadied her breathing, taking his hand as it was offered. Nathan's thumb rubbed against hers. "Babe, don't cry. I'm okay. They're letting me out soon." Ruby drew back, pulling a tissue from her pocket and rubbing away the tears. She cleared her throat, composing herself. "You could have been killed. I could be looking at your body on a slab right now. Why do you keep putting yourself in danger?" "It was a misunderstanding. Crossed wires." "Don't bullshit me, Nathan. Couldn't your brother have got his heavies elsewhere? Why did he have to involve you?" "It wasn't like that. You know I don't get involved in his battles anymore. They came after me. I didn't go starting anything." "They? So who was it? And how did they break into your house?" "It doesn't matter. It's all sorted now." Nathan winced as he shifted position. "So someone else has got it in return and the war rages on?" Nathan didn't answer. He lay back in bed, tight-lipped. Ruby felt a pang of guilt. He wasn't well enough for an interrogation, but she was so angry at him. "I'm not here to question you, and I respect your decision to move on without me. But please, Nathan, leave it behind." "For Christ's sake. I've had it in my ear all day from me old mum. Nag, 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 not you and all." Ruby knew his mother would not be nagging him for his involvement, but his carelessness in getting hurt. She could imagine Lenny standing grim-faced at the end of the bed, with his fists in his pockets as their mother ranted about honor and protecting the family name. Ruby sighed, a wave of tiredness overcoming her. Is it really sorted? Yes. Then get some rest. You look like shit. Nathan gave the faintest of smiles before his eyelids flickered into the depths of sleep. Ruby set the alarm on her phone and sat back in the chair, watching his chest rise and fall. In sleep, his features relaxed into peace once more, and she wished nothing more for him than to have a normal life, being graced with the things everyone else took for granted. She wanted to crawl in beside him and bury her head in the crook of his neck. But that was behaviour definitely unbecoming of a police sergeant, and she didn't think the matron would approve. The least she could do was stay and repay him for being with her when she needed him. Lenny and his mum had gone for the night, and she would be left in peace in the private room. It was not unusual for police to stay with a victim of crime overnight, particularly when they were so well known. But in such cases, the officer wasn't usually in love with their subject. Ruby was gently lured out of sleep by a familiar hand stroking her hair, gently waking her. She raised her head from the side of his bed, wondering how she had deviated from her chair to leaning over the mattress, where she had fallen into slumber. "What time is it?" she asked, hoping none of the nursing staff had seen her. "Almost 6. You shouldn't have stayed." "I know," Ruby said, knowing he would have done the same for her. "How are you feeling?" "Honestly?" "Yes, honestly," she said, rubbing away the crick in her neck. "Orny." Ruby laughed as she stood. "You never cease to amaze me, you know that." "See for yourself. It's been a while since and you smell good." "I think you should reserve your strength for getting better," Ruby said, not wanting to think about the last woman he had sex with. Was he really seeing another woman? It was a painful thought, and she had no right to be jealous, given her casual fling with her DI. But that was always the way it had been with them. One minute they were fighting, the next making up. Their bodies couldn't resist each other. The only way around it was to stay away. "I'd best be off. I've got work in 2 hours. "Call in sick." "And what, stay by your bedside? I'm sure my showdown with your brother would provide some light entertainment." "Don't piss him off, Ruby. He's not been in a good frame of mind since he came out." Ruby gave him a withered look. "I know." Nathan narrowed his eyes, unspoken words passing between them. "Anyway, take care of yourself. You know how I feel about all this. Just call if you need me." "Don't I get a kiss?" Ruby leaned over and kissed him softly on the lips. "Goodbye, Nathan." She turned and walked away. Goodbyes meant nothing in their world. Chapter 43. "Ruby, fancy seeing you here," Francis said, tottering up the newly cleaned corridor before opening hours. Ruby could barely hide her annoyance. "I'm always here," Ruby said nonchalantly. "A lot of our victims end up in hospital." Francis's lips pursed in a taut little smile, her fingers tightly gripping the lip of her designer handbag. She looked too overdressed to be visiting hospital, and Ruby hoped she was going on holiday, preferably somewhere very far away. "Why don't you join me for a cuppa in the canteen?" Francis said. "You're a tea drinker, aren't you? Although judging by your breath, I'd say you'd had a drink or two." Ruby frowned. Had Francis paid someone to tell her, or just smelt it on her breath? Ignoring the barbed comment, she took a seat across from her in the small hospital canteen. She checked the clock on the wall. It was time she could ill afford. She needed to get home and have a shower before work. But you did not say no to Francis Crosby. Things were tenuous between them as it was. Ruby stirred her tea, which was disappointingly weak. Masking a yawn, she waited for what was going to come next. Everything had an agenda with the Crosbys. There were no accidental meetings. She swiveled her head to look for Lenny, and was relieved to see no sign. It was odd she had yet to mention Nathan's stabbing, but unless she brought it up, Ruby was going to leave well alone. There was no fooling Francis. She would have known that Ruby had ignored her advice to stay away from her son. "Have you heard the news?" Francis said, taking a dainty sip from her cup. "Our Nathan's getting married." Ruby almost spat out her tea, and in an unladylike slurping manner, just managed to swallow it back in time. Her throat burned from the insipid liquid, but Ruby barely noticed. She was too busy contemplating Francis's words. Surely she had been hearing things, given what Nathan had just said to her. She raised her eyebrows, forcing a smile as she tried to regain her composure. "No, I hadn't, but I don't really mix in those circles anymore." She would not give Francis the satisfaction of inquiring about it. It was quite clear why she wanted to talk to Ruby on her own. "Oh, yes, he's been seeing this lovely girl called Leona for some time now. She's got a degree, you know. She's very pretty as well. Of course, at 28 years of age, she would be." Frances leaned her head to one side, speaking in a sickly sweet tone. "They're completely head over heels. We're expecting him to pop the question any day now. They've even been out looking at rings." "That's nice," Ruby said. "You'll be able to have those grandchildren you've always wanted." Ruby cursed herself for the bitterness lacing her words. Her stomach was churning with the news. Francis was lying. She had to be. Or was this why Nathan had bought her the flat? Was it a final farewell because he wanted to move on with someone else? He was never any good with breakups. Dealing with emotions was beyond his capabilities. But getting his mother to do his dirty work seemed out of character. And Ruby could not believe that he had any part in this meeting. Frances pursed her lips in a smug smile. "I'm going shopping soon to buy an outfit for the wedding. It'll be a lavish affair, of course. Her family is very well-to-do." "I wish you all the best," Ruby said, gathering her things to leave. "But I really must be off now." She bit back the words balled up in her throat. She wanted to tell Francis about the daughter she and Nathan gave up for adoption. That would wipe the smile from her smug face. She also wanted to say that if she hadn't been such an overbearing cow, she could have already had a place in her granddaughter's life. Perhaps it would be for the best, Ruby told herself as she returned to the station. A new start for Nathan with his 28-year-old bride, who would give him all the children he wanted, or at least that his mother wanted. And she would be free to get on with her work and concentrate on the one thing left in her life that had any meaning, cleaning up the streets that she loved so much. But criminals are like weeds. You stamp one out, and the next morning there's another 2 growing in its place. Every time she closed her eyes, she could see Francis grinning at her. The ferocity of her emotions took her by surprise. Why did she let that woman affect her this way? It was exactly what she wanted, and Ruby fell for it every time. She pushed her thoughts of Francis away and regained her focus. Women were in danger. She had to find the killer before they struck again. Ruby sat at her desk with the door closed. Having sat through briefing in the stuffy conference room, she now had the unenviable task of working out the overtime figures for approval. Piles of paperwork were mounting on her desk, and as she shoved her overflowing in-tray to one side, a black-edged envelope caught her eye. She picked through the rest of the unopened post, blowing out her cheeks at how much she had let things slide. There was not one but two of these envelopes, directed solely to her. D.S. Ruby Imogen Preston, care of Shoreditch Police Station. A shiver ran down her spine and she closed the window. But it was more than the outside breeze making her uneasy. She had seen these envelopes somewhere before, but she was yet to draw up the memory which would provide her with answers. Plucking a pair of scissors from her desk drawer, she slid it through the top of the envelope, extracting the information within. A slim white card, black-lined, just like the envelope. In memoriam, Emily Edmonds, died in her sleep. Rest in peace. What the? Ruby stammered, sliding her reading glasses from her pocket and reading the text again. Like the envelope, it was printed in black ink, but these words drew her in. She glanced at the other envelope, itching to tear it open. But she had already tainted one, best to save the second in case of DNA evidence. What were the chances that it mentioned Charlotte's or Monica's names? Or was there a future victim declared? Ruby stared at the postmark. The first one was stamped the day before Emily's body was discovered, so it would have been delivered the day her body was dumped. She glanced at the second envelope, dated the day Monica's body was found. Was it someone who had watched the TV appeal, playing a sickening joke? But it had been addressed directly to her, not Downs or Warrow, who led the appeal. The emails, the letters, and the use of her middle name, it had to be her daughter, trying to gain her attention. With a heavy heart, she picked up the phone and dialed a number. Bones, she said, waiting for him to respond. I've got something for you, and I need it analysed right now. Chapter 44. Don't forget to tell the teacher that you're having school dinner today, Anita said, releasing her daughter to the school gates. Sophie kissed her mum before running inside, her long dark pigtails slapping against her backpack. Funny how she had inherited her father's dark hair, when her own was so light. Anita smiled as her daughter paused to blow a kiss. She dreaded the day when Sophie would become embarrassed by public displays of affection. She treasured their time together, and still held her hand as they walked to school, telling stories on the way. Anita would start the story with one line, and Sophie would continue it with a couple more. Back and forward their stories would go, leading them to some inexplicable situation involving monsters, sticky sweets, animals that could talk, and of course, the moral of the story. It was like something out of a Roald Dahl book, and Anita was always up for cultivating her daughter's vivid imagination. Today, Sophie had swimming lessons, and was slowly overcoming her fears. The leg braces she wore as a toddler had straightened her bowed limbs, but she still carried the stigma of being different to her friends. While they started school in knee-length skirts, Sophie begged to wear trousers. The thoughts of their swimming trips had struck her with fear. In the beginning, her teacher encouraged her to dabble her feet in the water as she watched the other children at play. Now she had gained enough courage to wade in. Anita watched as the lollipop lady ushered the late arrivals across the road. The drooping socks, the unwashed hair. She could have overlooked the children's less than perfect appearance. But sending them to school on their own? She tutted under her breath. There was danger everywhere. How could their mums care so little to allow them to find their own way in? Anita stayed on the corner until she was sure the children had safely made their way inside the school gates, the same way she did every morning. Their mothers had most likely gone back to bed, if they got up at all. Each morning, Anita told herself not to be so judgmental, that perhaps she was the one with the problem, not them. She had always been overprotective, but, as she said to her husband, she had lost one daughter. She could not live through losing another. She peered at the red sports car as it crawled past the school. Was this another instance of her paranoia? The concern was real enough to deliver a chill down her back. It was the 4th time she had seen it this week, and it always slowed as it passed. She had yet to see a child being dispatched from the passenger seat, and each time it drove past, it turned around and returned the way it came. Anita could not help but be suspicious. Next time, she told herself, next time she would bring a pen and paper and jot down the license plate. Perhaps she could pass it into the local police officers, who might check to see if it was known. Sometimes she thought she would be better off living in blissful ignorance. But how could you protect your child if you were not aware of the monsters on the prowl? Chapter 45. Ruby dared to feel optimistic as she pushed through the doors of Oakwood Care Home at lunchtime. His face set in grim determination, Bones had taken the seized envelopes and promised a quick result. A forensic investigation would be launched on the gum sealing the envelopes, as well as the usual fingerprints, paper, and printer ink analysis. It seemed a good opportunity to sneak out for a 10-minute visit. But she should have known that her good mood wouldn't last. Harmony met her in the corridor and gently steered her to one side. She was the sweetest, most maternal person Ruby knew, and she treated everyone as if they were her nearest and dearest, instead of just part of her job. But today, her eyes were filled with concern, and Ruby felt her heart flutter in her chest. "What's wrong?" Ruby said, looking past her shoulder. "Is Mum okay?"
"Now don't you go worrying, gal. She be just fine. She's just a bit agitated. I wanted to let you know so you could both take things slow."
"Agitated? Why? What happened?"
"She decided she didn't want to eat and threw her porridge against the wall. There's no reasoning with her, I'm afraid, but come, sit a while. She be a lot calmer now."
"Mum?" Ruby said, feeling the old familiar tightness grab a tight hold of her chest. She had felt the same way when her mum had to be taken into the home, overwrought with guilt, because she had not been able to care for her by herself. She had tried and failed, and they had both been miserable. After finding Oakwood, the tightly bound anxiety had slowly released its hold. Mum was happier, which in turn helped Ruby relax. But she could not bear another reminder of her mother's crumbling mind. And now, seeing her with her unkempt hair and oddly coloured socks, the old feelings of anxiety and guilt returned.
"It's just an off day,"
Harmony said, no doubt sensing her discord. "Thank you," Ruby said. "I won't stay too long because I've got work, but I'll ring a little later, see how she is around lunchtime if that's okay."
"You ring whenever you like, my love. I'm sure we'll persuade her to eat by then, even if I have to get Jeffrey over there to ask nicely. Isn't that right, Jeff?"
she said, winking at the auburn-haired young man who was helping an elderly gent to his seat. Ruby thought how there was something very attractive about selfless people. If only she didn't find herself chasing the wrong men. Ruby leaned in to kiss her mother on the cheek, backing off when she received a hostile glare. "I can't stay long," she said, itching to fix the buttons on her mother's red cardigan. She had obviously dressed herself, batting away any offers of assistance. Perhaps her annoyance lay in the memory taking centre stage today. Her mother mumbled under her breath, her fingers tightly bound in 2 fists. "What's wrong, Mum? You don't seem yourself today."
"What's wrong? What's wrong, you ask?"
Joy said, shaking her head.
"It's Ruby. She's only gone and got herself pregnant. with none other than that young Crosby boy from next door."
"Mum," Ruby said, trying to gently steer her mother into the present, but Joy was not listening.
"I should have known when she left us set up home with him. I've got a good mind to go around there right now. She thinks she knows everything, but she's just a child herself."
"It's okay, Mum. I'm Ruby. I'm home. Everything's okay." Her mother looked at her as if she were mad.
"You're not Ruby. My daughter's barely 18. You're a long way from 18.
She folded her arms, her fists still tightly bunched.
"Damn it, if it were anyone but the Crosbys, I'd be pleased for her."
This piqued Ruby's interest, and not knowing whether it was the right thing to do or not, she played along. "What's wrong with the Crosbys?"
"Gertie, if you don't know what's wrong with the Crosbys, you haven't been listening to me for the last 10 years.
Ruby sighed. Her mother's sister, Gertie, had passed away 2 years before. She had always said Ruby looked like her. "Sorry, I thought you liked Nathan," Ruby said.
"Of course I like him. That poor boy is like one of me own. But his father, meanness like that passes through the bloodstream. There's no avoiding it."
Ruby knew what her mother meant. His father's cruelty had beat Nathan from a beautiful little boy that called her Wooby to a man too tortured to show his emotions, confusing love with weakness. His brother, Lenny, had taken the brunt of the physical punishments. But Nathan had not escaped his childhood untarnished. Years of mental abuse had taken its toll, watching his mother and brother get beaten, being swatted back when he tried to help. He hated his father with a passion, but had been powerless to stop him.
"I remember when he was 7 years old,"
Joy said, grim-faced.
"I found him hiding in the wardrobe, shaking like a leaf because his father had lost it, threatening to blow their brains out with a gun before he left. The poor child was so scared he vomited into his hands. Can you imagine what that does to a person? And now they think they can bring a child of their own into the world. It's unthinkable. That's what it is."
Ruby knew all about it. Years of abuse had come out as Nathan and Ruby lay in their squat, stoned. She knew at the time it was therapy, but it pained her to relive each stinging blow, each cruel word. It was those dark confessions that got Ruby through the hard times in their relationship, when Nathan wouldn't speak, or became bad-tempered because she spoke to another boy. She was the only solid thing he had in life, the only person that could make him feel that there was still some good in him. But as Nathan grew, so did his independence. Their year of living recklessly ran out of steam, and Ruby grew tired of getting wasted on cannabis when she should be doing something with her life. Finding out she was pregnant was a game-changer. It was why Ruby had agreed with her mother when she suggested they give the baby up for adoption. Joy had gone quiet now, her energy sapped by the anger she had awoken with that morning. Nathan would never have a bad word said against his own mother, but he must have known she could not be relied upon to put their daughter's welfare first. To her, children were possessions, part of a family unit that could never be torn apart. She would have insisted both Ruby and Nathan move in with them, and then the cycle of abuse would have begun all over again. With no money and a failing relationship, Ruby and Nathan allowed themselves to be steered by her mother, and so they had given their baby up in the hope she would be afforded a better life. With a sinking feeling, Ruby wondered if she was destined to be like her mother, battling a past that would not let go. Chapter 46. Anita rubbed her hands against the back of her jeans as she answered the door. She was smiling, which seemed to be the default expression on her face. Lucy was happy to see that smile. Today she was wearing a blonde wig cut into a blunt bob, which brought her hair to her shoulders. The rose-patterned dress she was wearing was similar to Anita's clothes, and she was disappointed to see her in a sweatshirt and jeans. Lucy put on a brave smile and took a deep breath. "Hello. I'm sorry to bother you." She took a deep breath and exhaled again. "Oh my gosh, this is so hard." Gracefully, she extended her hand. It was a swan-like movement Lucy had practiced countless times. "My name is Lucy. I am your daughter." The colour left Anita's face as she stared, open-mouthed, her eyes wide in shock. "Mummy!" the little girl called from the kitchen. Lucy bristled within at the irritating squeal. But it brought another smile to Anita's face as she called back, "I'll be there in a minute, sweetheart." "Well, please, do come in," Anita said, closing the front door behind her. "I'm sorry. This has come as a shock." Sunlight streamed through the glass door panels, bathing the women in a soft glow. There was something ethereal about their meeting. Lucy felt it in the air. This was meant to be. A strange hiccup-sounding sob caught in the back of Anita's throat as tears clouded her eyes. "This is crazy," she said, giving another little gasp. "Are you saying you're really my daughter? The little girl I gave up all those years ago?" Lucy nodded, mirroring Anita's emotions. "Yes, it's me, Mum. It's really me." Anita opened her arms wide. "Well, in that case, give me a hug." Lucy had not been expecting the instant display of affection after all the times she had been turned away. It warmed her from the inside out, and she breathed in her mother's flowery perfume, gratefully accepting her embrace. But their perfect moment was rudely interrupted by that irritating sound from the kitchen. "Mummy, I'm done." Lucy's eyes snapped open, narrowing over Anita's shoulder as she stared at the kitchen door. Something would really have to be done about her. Anita caught the tears with the tips of her fingers as she pulled away. "That's Sophie, your sister. Oh my gosh, I'm shaking. I don't know what to say." Pulling a ragged tissue from her pocket, she lightly dabbed her face. "Would you mind waiting in the living room while I see to Sophie? I'll get you a drink. What would you like? Tea or coffee? Oh my gosh, I can't believe you're here," she said breathlessly, showing her into her humble abode. "A cup of tea would be lovely, thanks," Lucy said softly. "2 sugars and milk, but I can come back at a better time if you prefer. I didn't know how to approach you. I wasn't sure how you'd react." Lucy began to squeeze a couple of her own tears out, in keeping with her mother's response. Anita grabbed her hands and grasped them tightly. "Oh, sweetheart, I'm not letting you go anywhere. I've been searching for you for years, but I kept hitting a dead end. I'm so happy to have you here. Please tell me you'll stay." Lucy could not believe her ears. Even while she watched Anita, she never dared believe that she would react in this way. After all the rejections, it was a dream come true. She had been right to choose a mother who was naturally maternal, unlike the others who rejected her from the start. Emily, a wet rag, who allowed people to walk all over her, and Monica, a career-driven materialistic cow. "Of course, I'll take a seat and wait for you." "I just need to speak to Sophie. Tell her that we have a very special visitor. And I have to tell my husband. Oh my goodness,
I just can't believe this. I can't wait to hear all about you. Anita wiped away another errant tear, blew her nose, and pushed the tissue back into her pocket. I'll be with you in 5 minutes, she said. Lucy took a few deep breaths to calm herself. Her eyes danced over the pictures on the walls, and she imagined her face in the pictures, instead of the little girl lined up in the shot. Of course, Anita would be unhappy if anything happened to her, and Lucy would have to take that into account when disposing of the rest of the family. A tall, gangly-looking man stared out happily from the family photo, his arm draped around what looked like a younger version of himself. Anita's husband, from what Lucy's investigations had uncovered, who was conveniently away with his son. Lucy sighed. More people to be taken care of. If only the rest of the world could just disappear and leave her and her mother alone. She stiffened as footsteps approached, catching the tail end of a telephone conversation as Anita paced the hall. Yes, it's really her. She said her name is Lucy now. No, I haven't asked her. It might all be a bit overwhelming. I think it's best that we take things slowly to begin with. I know. I can't believe that she's here, sitting in our living room. Lucy strained to listen as the conversation faded away, and rising from her chair, she pressed her ear to the door. A kettle boiled in the distance, while a children's cartoon played a happy tune. She stepped back at the sound of the clink of cups being carried on a tray down the hall. Lucy perched on the sofa, plastering a smile on her face. Her heart swelled at the sight of the tray laden with tea, chocolate digestive biscuits, and sandwiches cut in triangles. Nobody had ever offered her refreshments before. You shouldn't have gone to all this trouble. Anita's eyes were alive with excitement. It's the least I can do after you've come all this way to find me. I've so many questions, but I was just saying to my husband, you must be feeling overwhelmed. Lucy nodded, dropping 2 cubes of sugar into her flower-patterned cup. It was all so homely. She felt like hugging herself. My stomach's been churning at the thought of visiting. I've come to your front door so many times and walked away. It was enough to cover up the fact she had been there before, in case some nosy neighbours pointed her out. But the same must go for you, having me turn up out of the blue. I don't even know how you feel about having me here. Anita's eyes began to well up for the second time that day. Darling, I'm over the moon. I want you to meet everybody. After all, you've got a half-sister and brother that will be dying to meet you, she said. But I'll respect your wishes and take things as slowly as you want. Lucy did not consider the little girl in the kitchen as her sister. Her mind could only bend reality so far, and in Lucy's world, there was no room for sharing. Chapter 47. The faces of the dead stared from the whiteboard. Harry Edmonds, his nose crushed from the unprotected fall. Emily Edmonds, her expression locked in terror, mouth torn from being force-fed the baubles, now exhibited in a glass jar. And Charlotte Lockwood, her crime scene picture made the grimmest viewing of all. Above the picture of the blood-splattered pavement was a blown-up passport photo. Pale and unsmiling, the bags under her eyes suggested sleep was a luxury she had seen little of. Ruby glanced at Monica last. She could not help but feel she had let the woman down. Despite the warnings on TV and appeals to the public, this intelligent, career-driven woman had opened her door to a complete stranger. Ruby had thought about what she would have done without the benefit of hindsight. It was always the same conclusion. If she had received such a visitor, claiming to be her daughter, she would have invited her in too. Right, the Eye-Down said, rubbing his hands together. Are we starting or what? They were back in hell, Ruby's least favourite place. At least today she had remembered to leave the briefing room door ajar before their meeting. And morning briefing was preferential to evening, when the lingering heat drew out the sweaty odour and magnified it tenfold. In the absence of Warrow, Downs took the lead. Unbuttoning his shirt sleeves, he rolled them up his forearms. Given the way his tie was swinging loosely around his neck, it was only a matter of time before that came off too. Go ahead, boss, Ruby said, carrying out a quick head count. We're all here. It took only 10 minutes for the team to be brought up to speed because, despite the overwhelming number of inquiries taking place, they were yet to turn up any solid leads. The television appeal had brought in hundreds of calls, and valuable police hours were spent chasing up dead ends. The frustration was evident on Downs's face as he spoke. He moved his hand to the picture of Emily's address on the whiteboard and prodded at the image of her front door. Why here? Downs said, casting his eyes around the room. He reached to the picture of Monica's home, pressing his finger to the door. And here? Out of all the homes in London, why did our suspect come knocking on these doors? These are the questions we need to be asking if we've any hope of solving this case. Were the baubles found in Emily's stomach Christmas decorations, or were they used for another reason? And why were Emily's and Monica's bodies staged, but not the others? Bloody, how do you get on tracking down the origin of their clothes? The nightgown was the most distinctive piece of clothing. It was from the White Company. They're online as well as being dotted all around the UK. We haven't been able to narrow it down any more than that. We've spoken to friends, family, colleagues. They all say the same thing, that both Emily and Monica seemed relatively happy with their partners. Both husbands had clean records, but that's where the similarities end. Friends say that Emily was timid and barely left the house, while Monica was career-driven and outgoing and hardly ever in. And what about Charlotte? Anything new? Crime Stoppers have come through with calls to say a man was seen in the area prior to the attack, but there's no description other than someone walking down the street in a hoodie. Which could just as easily be a woman in disguise. Yes, I saw that. Downs interrupted. Ruby interjected, shifting the attention from Luddy, who was sweating from more than the humidity in the room. It was clear that the pressure of holding back their visit to Goldie was getting to him, and Ruby felt guilty for bringing him along. We've had a vast number of calls reporting neighbours acting suspiciously, noises in the night, strange comings and goings. We're still going through them. She fanned her face with her paperwork. We're also trawling through the nearest CCTV leading to and from the address. Vehicles are being checked against ANPR, and we're liaising with other forces for similar incident reports. Our prolific offenders are being monitored and spoken to. We've checked the history of Emily's home address as well as her neighbours, and anything else that could lead it to being a case of mistaken identity. It's too much of a coincidence that Emily and Monica gave up their children for adoption. No leads on their real daughters? Any relatives with some warped sense of revenge? No, boss. Emily's daughter, as you know, has since passed on. She was an only child, a high achiever who was popular in school, Luddy said. We've spoken to her friends. None of them stand out as being capable of murder. And Monica's daughter? We found out today that she's a travel rep in Greece. She's had no contact with her mother. Crack on with your inquiries in local care homes. I want you to speak to anyone you can find who worked there 10, 20 years ago. Find out if any of the children had an obsession with death and Victorian traditions, or if anything significant took place around Christmas Day. We can't leave any stone unturned. I've also had some possible evidence turn up on my desk in the form of 2 letters. They're currently with Bones. I mean, crime scene investigators. Ruby corrected herself. It may be a hoax, but they were addressed directly to me. Letters? Why wasn't this brought to my attention? Downs said, looking harried. He despised being out of the loop when it came to briefing. His macho pride did not appreciate being shown up in front of his colleagues. Ruby felt a flush rise to her cheeks. Because of her visit to Oakwood, she did not have time to inform him. They've only just been discovered, she said, before describing the card. She hoped he wouldn't ask about the postmark and the fact the first envelope was delivered days ago. Friend or no friend, he would chew the arse off her for that. Best to inform him in a less public setting. The envelopes were black-rimmed, and the letter inside was a kind of death announcement. It's in line with the Victorian mourning traditions. So there's some kind of death notice? Downs said, tugging at the knot on his tie. Ruby shoved on her glasses and peered at the list of traditions Eve had placed on the board. Information on death notices was listed near the top. Yes, Ruby said. The envelope was marked so back in the day. People knew it was a death announcement before they opened it. It gave them time to prepare themselves. And what's the significance to our case? Have you worked that one out too? Ruby glared down her glasses at Downs. It was a look telling him to back off. I've been informed that the second card is exactly the same, apart from the name. Monica Sherwood. Eve raised her hand. But what about the other victims? Emily's husband, Charlotte Lockwood? Why haven't you received notifications for them? I think it's because they're bit players who interfered with Lucy's plans, which makes this killer even more dangerous, because they'll kill anyone who gets in their way. Safety plans are in place for the victims' family members, but it's more likely the killer will move on to someone else. And this is why we need to warn such women before she strikes. Their whole family could be in danger. Ruby sighed. She couldn't sit on it any longer. I'm currently researching an email address provided by an anonymous source. They said the owner was acting suspiciously, saying they were searching for her mother and had a score to settle. Luddy has located the IP address to an internet cafe, and we've got a vague description of the suspect which I've added to the briefing notes. I've put an intel report in. Good. Well, keep me updated. It may be more valuable than you think. It was close enough to the truth. As much as Ruby wanted to catch the killer, a small part of her was scared. Her emotions were tied up in knots as she worked with her team to hunt Lucy down. But it felt like she was in a room where the walls of her life were closing in. With her job pressuring her on one side and the Crosbys on the other, she was left in no doubt. No matter what she did, this was not going to end well. Chapter 48. Out of all of the places you could have asked to meet, why on earth did you pick here? Ruby said, glancing around the shelves of the local library. Because we won't bump into anyone from the Nick, Downs replied, leading her to a table at the far corner of the room. It was a good choice. 10 minutes into lunchtime, and there were only a handful of people there. Ruby slid a book from a shelf as she soaked up the peaceful atmosphere, so unlike her office, where she sweated over files, overtime sheets, and fresh leads. They sat in a shaft of morning light, which peeped through the blinds above. She could see herself coming somewhere like here, if only she had the time to read. Downs peered at the novel. Wuthering Heights? Uh-huh, Ruby said, flicking through the pages. We're in a library, aren't we? Downs gently closed the book and rested his hand on the cover. I'm worried about you. I've just spoken to Bones. I know that letter's been sitting in your tray for a few days. Any joy with forensics? Ruby asked, hoping to change the subject. Downs shook his head. Not yet. Look, I'm willing to overlook the delay in finding the letter, but I've been hearing other things. Your night vigil in the hospital being one of them. Ruby's fingers drummed the table for the want of a cigarette. It was the second time in as many days she had been pulled up by a superior officer, and it left a bitter taste in her mouth. "What are you talking about?" she said, thinking it safer to deny all knowledge. Downs rolled his eyes. "Don't give me that bollocks. I had a phone call from the matron. You stayed there overnight." Ruby forgot how well Downs knew the staff from attending the hospital when his wife was ill. Downs sat back, delivering a weighty gaze. His hair was tousled from running his fingers through it, his shirt creased. "I'm worried about your association with the Crosby family. You're compromising your position in the police." Ruby pursed her lips. "Don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. You want to know if I'm seeing him, don't you?" Downs shot her a glare. "You're in no position to be making jokes." "I'm sorry, that was out of order." Ruby flushed. "But don't you think we should be focusing our efforts on our serial killer instead of my personal life?" "I just don't want you to be the next job I'm investigating," he said. "What's going on with you, Ruby? If you're in any kind of trouble, then tell me now, and I'll do my best to dig you out." "I appreciate the offer, but there's nothing to sort out. Now can we get out of here? I really need a drag on my vaporizer. Or are you going to tell me they're bad for me too?" Jack slid his hands across the table, cupping them over Ruby's. They were warm to the touch. Strong. His gravelly voice was laced with concern. "Just be careful, that's all I'm saying. People are beginning to talk, and if you don't have a legitimate purpose to be speaking with the Crosby family, then you should give them a wide berth." Ruby snorted. "You were asking for inside info the other day. You can't have it both ways." She tried to pull her hands away, but Downs was not letting go. "There's a difference between making discreet inquiries and putting your job on the line." The words stung, because Ruby knew he was speaking the truth, but she was far too guarded to allow him to tell her what to do. "Look, Nathan and I go back a long way, and as much as it pains me to say it, I do care about him. But I would never put my job in jeopardy. We live in two separate worlds." "Come on, Ruby," Downs said, with a hint of reproach. "You're not kids playing with your Lego anymore. Lenny Crosby is a vicious bastard, and his brother isn't far behind him. How do you think they've gained so much control? Do you know what happened to the last person who pissed off the Crosbys?" Ruby drew back from his gaze. She knew about Goldie, and there had been several more victims since then. But she had enough on her plate dealing with the murderer, now labelled by the media as the door-knocker killer. She did not want to hear what Downs wanted to say, but he was not letting her go until he had said his piece. "Turns out that one of their own was a snout. Lenny and his brother went around there and nailed him to the door. I mean, they actually nailed him, hands and feet. Crucified this poor guy and left him to bleed out. Is this the sort of associate you want while you're in the police?" Ruby stared at the cover of the dog-eared book, her heart sinking. "You know what they did to the guy who testified against Lenny before he went to prison? Scooped his eyes out with a spoon." She glanced around as a photocopier whirred in the background. Satisfied they were not being overheard, she turned back to her boss. "Is Nathan wanted for any of that stuff?" Ruby asked. "Is he actually wanted by the police for any offences?" "Of course not," Downs said, shaking his head. "He's as slippery as Teflon. But I'm telling you now, keep as far away as you can from that lot." "You don't need to worry about me. Besides, Nathan distanced himself from that sort of violence a long time ago." Downs snorted. "Take off the rose-tinted glasses and step into the real world. If you keep trying to merge the two, you'll be up to your neck in it." "I get the message," Ruby said, her heart heavy. "You're right. Lenny is a psychopath, and I'm under no illusion as to what they do for a living. But there are rules, and they do instill order on the streets. She raised her hand as Downs opened his mouth to speak. I'm not for a second condoning their behaviour. She rose from the table, her cheeks flushed. I think it's time we got back to work, don't you? Downs clamped a hand on her shoulder as he stood. You're a good copper, Ruby. But you need to catch yourself on. There's no happy ending with that lot. As Ruby left the library, his words rang in her ears. Chapter 49. Nathan stood firm, hands deep in pockets, his brow lined in a deep frown. I'm sorry, Leona, but I want us to finish. The smile slowly melted from Leona's face. Finish what? Nathan cupped his hand over his eyebrows, briefly closing his eyes. He wanted this over with. He wanted her out. This. Us. I'm sorry, but I don't want to see you anymore. He realized how cruel the words sounded, but he could not find better ones. He had no point of reference, because in his world, people were direct and to the point. But she was staring at him now, her eyes brimming with tears, as she waited for an explanation. Nathan cleared his throat. I need some space. I want to be on my own. Leona stared, open-mouthed, her chin trembling as the words slowly rose from her throat. I don't understand. Is this some kind of joke? Then she nodded, quickly wiping away the tears that were beginning to form. It is, isn't it? It's some weird joke. Is this how you do it in your family? She laughed, but it was a hollow sound, and Nathan knew she was fooling herself. How we do what? He asked, wishing she'd just leave. Propose, of course. That's what you brought me here for, isn't it? Nathan pulled in a terse breath. Just what had his mum been saying to her? I don't know where you got that idea from, but it wasn't from me. I've no intention of proposing to anyone. Right now, I just want to be single. Leona pulled a tissue from her clutch bag and began to dab the mascara-stained trails running down her cheeks. No, that's not true. Francis said that we were going to get married, that we could have kids of our own. Intermittent sobs bounced between her words. Nathan stepped back, distancing himself from the source of his irritation. His anger rose like hot steam, searching for release. You know what I'm sick of? Everyone telling me what to do. You, Lenny, Mum, all plotting what's best. I never made you any promises. Leona opened her mouth to speak, and he raised his hand for silence. I can see you're not listening, so I'll make it really simple. We had a bit of fun together, but that's as far as it goes. I think it's about time you left. You bastard, Leona sniffed. You just used me, just like all the others. Well, maybe if you didn't make yourself so available, there wouldn't be such a long list. Now get out. He regretted the words as soon as he uttered them, but they had the desired effect. Most men would get a slap on the face for such a derogatory comment, but his reputation ensured he would remain untouched. Turning on her heel, Leona slammed the heavy oak door as she left. Nathan wished he could have handled it differently, and had hoped they could have parted on better terms. But cruel words came easily, whereas heartfelt ones had to be dug around for in the darkness of his soul, in places only Ruby could reach. His family had been whispering promises that were not theirs to keep, all for their own selfish needs. He would deal with them later. He would send Leona some flowers, try to apologize for his unkind words. But now he needed to get his life back on track, without his family's interference. Chapter 50. Getting her hands on tranquilizers had not been as difficult as Lucy had thought it would be. You could buy anything on the dark web if you had enough money. It was the same place where people traded their services for money. Obtaining access to restricted records was one of the many services available, if you were a trustworthy source of payment. The challenge was making sure it could not be traced back to you. But it was worth taking the chance for Anita. Lucy sat in front of her, having brought down a chair from the kitchen so they could spend time together. Not that Anita was aware, as she was gagged and bound in the chair, her blonde hair trailing down her face. Lucy stared, her head full of dreams for the future. She was smitten, and she could not bear to hurt the object of her affection. She had not felt this strongly about someone before, not really. And it was why she had gone to the extra effort to make everything just right. The cinnamon and orange-scented candles filled the room with the smell of Christmas, and the sound of the dripping pipe was drowned by the gentle lull of Nat King Cole. She could not bear for anything to wipe the smile from her mother's face. Here was the one person who could fix her, make everything right. But Lucy was wary. She had to guard against the dark side of her nature, the side that relished power and control. Scarred by past experiences, she was unpredictable and angry, just as she had been all those years ago. The sexual high she derived in the aftermath of murder was proving to be an addictive drug. Anita stirred in her chair, a low groan emitting from her parted lips. She was so close, Lucy thought, but she had been close before, and now their bodies were lying in a morgue. But she had taken care of that. There would be nothing to trace those disappointments back to her. Everything hinged on Christmas. If she could get it right, perhaps she could be free, without the need for props. Maybe they could live abroad, she mused, somewhere snowy like Austria or Switzerland, where it could be Christmas all year around. Lucy reached out to Anita, pushing her wispy blonde hair behind her ear. A frown crossed her face as she wondered if the gag was too tight. Anita blinked, her head slowly rising in a drug-induced stupor. She carried the same confusion as the others, but her eyes were swimming with another emotion. Lucy leaned forward, peering into their depths. It was like looking into her own soul. Instead of terror, Lucy saw confusion, hurt and betrayal reflected back at her. Anita had come around twice now, each time gaining a little more recognition of her surroundings. But unlike the others, she did not cry out. Her chest rose and fell as she drew in panicked breaths, but her throat remained hollow, devoid of the screams that had led her predecessors to their deaths. And when Lucy told her of her plans, she simply nodded and took it all in. "I'm going to untie your gag," Lucy said, her breath carrying a shudder of excitement. "But first, I need a hug." Leaning forward, she took Anita in an embrace, inhaling the fading scent of her perfume. Anita did not stiffen, but relaxed into her embrace, resting her head on Lucy's shoulder. Lucy pulled back to see tears trickling down Anita's soft pink cheeks. Little pearly drops of emotion melting into the dirty blue cloth bound around her mouth. A pang of guilt enveloped Lucy. Anita was far too good a person to be wearing such a filthy gag. Slowly, Lucy untied the knot, whispering a warning to Anita not to spoil things, because she did not wish to cause her pain. Anita took a breath as the gag was removed, licking her dirt-encrusted lips. Lucy stiffened, closing her fingers around the material as she tried to read Anita's expression. But Anita blinked, completely subservient, as she waited for her to speak. Lucy's heart swelled with the power and respect her new mother was affording her. "Please behave," Lucy said. "I don't want to hurt you, but sometimes I get angry and I can't control myself." "I'll behave." Anita's voice sounded like marshmallows, and Lucy warmed inside. "Do it right, and you'll be freed. But everything has to be perfect. You're my only chance," Lucy said, the words running out of her mouth before she had a chance to control them. "I'll help you," Anita said, blinking against the strength of the bulb overhead. "I want us to be together too, but you have to help me in return. I need to know that Sophie's safe." Darkness crossed Lucy's face at the sound of the little girl's name. "But remember, you're my daughter too, and I'm here for you. You can trust me." Anita's voice was so soft and warm that Lucy forgave her indiscretion. "She's asleep in bed," Lucy said, pointing above their heads. "I made it nice, just like in her bedroom. She's just fine." Anita nodded in understanding. "Thank you. And I want us to be together too. But I need you to do something for me so everything can be perfect between us." "What do you want?" Lucy said, her voice hardening. Anita's gag had been removed for only a few seconds, and already she was making demands. It twitched in Lucy's fingers as she took a step back, distancing herself from the allure of Anita's voice. "I need you to take Sophie back to my house, or leave her somewhere people can find her. None of this is her fault." She choked as the words produced a scratchy sound. "She doesn't need to get hurt. Do you understand?" Lucy shook her head. "Time for you to be quiet now." She raised the gag, turning the slimy blue bandana so the dry side pressed against Anita's face. Anita's shoulders slumped, her eyes glazing in resignation. Lucy sighed, trying not to catch Anita's hair as she carefully tied the knot at the back of her head. "I'll think about it. But the next step, and Sophie's life, depends on you." Chapter 51. "Thank you for agreeing to meet with me, Mr. Devine," Ruby said, introducing Eve as they entered his living room. Bodies lurked in the corridor, concerned family listening out for his best interests. "Can I close the door?" Ruby asked, rising to do it anyway. "Please, call me Joseph," he said solemnly. His face looked numb, as if someone had injected an anesthetic and he was waiting for it to wear off. A tall, clean-shaven man, Ruby judged him to be in his 50s, at least a decade older than his missing wife. He walked slightly hunched, a habit which was probably picked up from being married to someone a good deal smaller than himself. Ruby met his gaze, and it seemed an effort for him to return it. "I don't suppose you have any news?" "I'm sorry, we don't. At least not yet. I just wanted a quick word to see if you've thought of anything more since your statement." Her visit was purely on instinct as, when they spoke on the phone, she had felt a hint of reluctance in his voice. She took a seat on the sofa, nudging up to make room for Eve. Mr. Devine had already provided the police with a full account, but Ruby could not settle until she had met him in person. Joseph's missing person report had been taken extremely seriously, particularly when he spoke of a long-lost daughter who had allegedly turned up at his wife's door. He glanced up at the family photo on the wall with puffy red-rimmed eyes. A family of 4, with 2 people missing. His anguish was evident on his face. "I told Tim to stay on at university. He's studying journalism in Lincoln," His mum wouldn't want anything interfering with his studies. He exhaled a long, thin breath. The police keep asking if Anita and Sophie could have gone to stay with friends. But we're an insular couple, you know. We don't need anyone else when we have our little family. Ruby nodded, wishing Anita had not opened the door that day. Mr. Devine picked up a newspaper from the coffee table, pointing at the headlines emblazoned across the page. If it's true what they say about this door-knocker killer, surely they wouldn't have taken both Anita and Sophie. Ruby could not answer his question, because she did not know. Mr. Devine, Joseph, I do understand your concern, and as soon as we have any solid leads you'll be made aware. Can you tell me a little more about how Anita felt about the daughter she had adopted? You said there was no trace of worry in her voice when she called. On the contrary, she was excited. The adoption was something she had come to regret. I thought that when we had Sophie it might help. For a while it did, until she told me that she felt guiltier than ever. I think it's why she did so much volunteer work with the Samaritans. Don't get me wrong, she adored Tim, her stepson. But the special bond she had with Sophie made her see what she had been missing out on all those years. Ruby nodded, trying not to be drawn into thoughts of her own past. It was something she had been struggling with since the case came to life. She filled the void with work and worrying about her mum. It's all my fault. I should have told her the truth. A desolate sob escaped Joseph's lips. Bowing his head, he failed to hold back the dam of tears welling in his eyes. Ruby swallowed back the lump in her throat, feeling like an intruder in his home. She dug in her pocket for a tissue, gratefully accepting one fresh from the packet, as Eve pulled it from her handbag. Here, take this, she said, handing it over. What do you mean you should have told her? Joseph blew his nose before scrunching up the damp tissue in his hand. This is all my fault. I thought they'd be back by now, and Anita wouldn't find out what I did. Which is? Ruby said, exchanging a glance with Eve. Pen poised, she was leaning on the pages of her leather-bound pocket notebook, ready to take down whatever revelation Joseph blurted out. The truth is, Anita's been trying to find her daughter for years, by making inquiries in the area. I told her it was a bad idea, but she wouldn't listen, and they always reached a dead end. Then I got a letter from Samantha. That's her daughter's real name. She said that she didn't want to hear from Anita, that she had a new life with parents she loved. She said she was glad Anita gave her up for adoption, because she couldn't have had better parents. Joseph's Adam's apple bobbed as he tried to regain his composure. But the tone of the letter was bitter, and I wrestled with my conscience for a long time before burning it. Joseph glanced up at Ruby before returning his gaze to the tissue knotted between his fingers. I know it sounds terrible, but I didn't want to upset her. Sophie had started school, and Anita was feeling depressed. I didn't want any more setbacks. Ruby frowned. If there was one thing she hated, it was having men make women's decisions for them. But wouldn't she have been happy knowing that her daughter was with a good family? Didn't you think she had the right to know? I realize that now. I shouldn't have done it. It was pure selfishness on my part. I was angry with Samantha, and I didn't want Anita knowing how bitter she was towards her. Besides, you don't know what Anita was like. She would have pursued Samantha until she heard the words in person. She had just started accepting she would never find her. I was loath to start things up again. And then you got a phone call from Anita saying her daughter had turned up at her door. Why didn't you say anything then? She was so happy and excited. I thought maybe Samantha had changed her mind. I was taken aback. I didn't know what to say, and the letter wasn't something I was willing to discuss over the phone. Anita hadn't received any letters prior to Lucy's visit? Ruby said, thinking of the letters she found taped to the bath panel. No, not at all. She wouldn't have sounded so surprised if she did. Anyway, I offered to come home early, but she insisted I didn't need to, because she wanted some quality time with Lucy. Joseph shook his head, as if delivering an internal admonishment. I should have told her about the letter from Samantha. If I had, she might not have asked this Lucy woman inside. From what you told me, I think she would have opened her door anyway. It sounds like Anita was desperate to hear from her, and sometimes when you want something really badly, you're willing to put aside any reservations you have in order to make it happen. Don't blame yourself. The only person to blame is the woman who turned up at her door. And what about Sophie? She's just a little girl. You don't think they're involved in one of these? His face creased in anguish as he tried to deliver the words. Paedophile rings, do you? You hear about these things on the news, children being bought and sold. There's no evidence to suggest it. We've got almost 100 officers working around the clock on this case in different capacities. But if you hear anything, I mean anything at all, let us know. Ruby reached into her blazer and pulled out a dog-eared business card. Here's my number. You can catch me any time, day or night. Joseph grabbed Ruby's hands as she passed over the card. His fingers dug into her wrists, and it took all of her resolve not to pull back. Promise me you'll bring my wife and little girl home safely. But it was a promise that was not Ruby's to make. I promise that I'll do everything within my power to find them. But she did not say she would find them alive. It was as near a reassurance as she could give. Exchanging a glance with Eve, she rose to leave. Safeguarding had already been completed with Joseph and his son, but leaving them gave her an uncomfortable, itchy feeling. It may be a good idea if you stay with family or friends for a few days, and you should urge your son not to go out alone. Joseph nodded as he bit into his trembling bottom lip. He emanated grief, and his features contorted with the need to keep a brave front. Ruby wished she had answers to give, and her heart blazed with the need to find his wife and daughter alive. Her suspicions ignited a fear that Lucy was mentally deranged, fueled by a hatred risen from a perceived betrayal. But how many more people would suffer at her hands? I feel like I owe you an apology, Eve said, balancing her milkshake and carton of fries on her lap. The drive-through at McDonald's had been a welcome respite from a heavy day, but it was not over yet. Eve had looked pale and drawn, and a small pit stop was needed to get them back on their feet. Forget about it, Ruby said, referring to their chat in the office. I shouldn't have been sticking my nose in. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. It's not about that. Well, it is, but there's more to it. Eve sighed. I'm babbling, aren't I? I always babble when I'm nervous. People say that. Eve, Ruby interrupted, in between a mouthful of burger. Don't be nervous. I promise not to bite your head off. What's wrong? Laddie said you had a go at him the other night for complaining to Ma'am Warrow. I don't see how that's anything to do with... Ruby's eyes widened. Was it you? Eve nodded, dropping her gaze to the car footwell. Ruby stared until she lifted it again. Why? What did I do to deserve that? I was angry. It was after you called me into your office. I bumped into Ma'am Warrow in the hall. She asked me what was wrong and encouraged you to have a moan about me. Ruby sighed. Why are you telling me about this now? Because I feel I should explain. It wasn't about you. Warrow just got me at a bad time and I couldn't tell her what was really wrong. Which is? Come on, spill the beans, you owe me that, Ruby said, despite apologizing for prying before. I'm pregnant, Eve said, tears springing to her eyes. Ruby reached out and gave her shoulder a squeeze in an act of solidarity. It was a mannerism she had picked up from Jack. Eve had been married less than a year and had just taken out a joint mortgage on her home. I take it this isn't welcome news? Scott's over the moon, Eve replied, using her napkin to dab her tears. He hates my job, and now I'm pregnant he wants me to leave. He says it's too dangerous for the baby. What are you going to do? Ruby said, at a loss for what to say. She was in no position to give advice, given the state of her own personal life. I don't know. All I've ever wanted is to be a detective. It's so unfair. If I was a man, I wouldn't have to choose. I'm not disagreeing with you there, Ruby said, keenly aware of the sacrifices she had made to keep her job. But you should be on restricted duties at the very least. I can speak to your husband if you like, reassure him that you'll be taken care of. At least now she knew why Eve had refused to fight at the raid, and sworn off alcohol during their night out. I'm not sure he'd listen, Eve sniffed. I've been a right cow lately. My hormones are all over the place. One minute I'm fine, the next I'm angry for no reason at all. Hormones, who needs them, eh? Ruby said. But things had changed between them. It would be some time before she would trust Eve again. I'm so sorry, Ruby. You're a good sergeant. I shouldn't have said what I did. What did you say? Warrow was very vague. Laddie confided that you'd visited Goldie that day. He told me not to say anything, but I had to go and blurt it out, didn't I? I told Warrow you were visiting known criminals and not following procedure. It was a stupid thing to do, and I've felt terrible ever since. I can go back to her if you like, tell her it was all a mistake. It couldn't do any harm, Ruby said, exhaling a sigh of relief. Best not to mention we had this chat, or she'll think I coerced you. Of course. Thanks for being so understanding. I'm happy to go on restricted while I sort things out. Just do what's right for you. And if you ever need a chat, my door is always open. Literally. Ruby popped a chip into her mouth. She should have been happy, but she was feeling betrayed. The knowledge that Luddy had been gossiping behind her back felt like a punch to the gut. What else had he been saying? Was there anyone in her team that she could trust? Chapter 52. Ruby stripped out of her suit and threw it on the bed. There was no soft music or candlelight for the meeting she planned with Downs. She wondered if he had really wanted to come at all. He had looked so tired at work. A good night's sleep would be more beneficial than a night of rampant sex. She gave her leggings a quick shake before pulling them on. There was no need to dress up for what she had planned, and Ruby was pretty sure he would not want to stay when he discovered just how far she was entrenched with the Crosby family. The deceit had wrapped itself around her like a cocoon, and the longer it went on, the stronger the lies became. Why was she doing a U-turn and telling him anyway? To ease her guilt? To allow him to take on the burden and decide what to do with her? Was she being selfish? She could peel off her clothes right now and forget about her full confession. Her encounter with Warrow was still playing on her mind, and she needed someone in her corner in case the shit hit the fan. The doorbell emitted a weak whine. The batteries were going again. It was not as if she had many visitors. Pulling on her sweatshirt,
Her heart began to pound as she pulled back the latch on the door. "Am I early?" Downs said, looking crestfallen. For as long as they'd had their arrangement, she had always answered the door in a state of undress. It separated work Ruby from sexy Ruby, but tonight the lines were blurred. The look on her face told him that sex was not on the agenda. "I'm sorry to lure you here under false pretenses, but I really need to talk, and I didn't want an audience." Downs took a seat, his long legs stretched out in front of him. Tugging off his tie, he rolled it up and pushed it into his jacket pocket. "I knew you were in trouble." Ruby handed him a glass of rum and coke, something to take the edge from what she was about to say. "You could say that. But first, I need to ask you a question. Can I trust you? No bullshit. Give it to me straight." Downs tilted his head as he offered a bemused smile. "Of course. And while we're here, I'm just your friend. Whatever you say won't go outside these four walls, unless you want it to." Seconds passed as she tried to assemble her words. "You're very near retirement. I don't want to drag you down." Downs clasped her knee and gave it a squeeze. "It can't be that bad, can it?" Ruby knocked back her drink, taking comfort in its warmth as it slid down her throat. Downs frowned. "Now you're worrying me. Are you pregnant or something?" "Good God, no. It's about work." She paused. Did she see a trace of disappointment flicker across Downs's face? It must have been relief in disguise. He gave a soft chuckle. "Then pour me another drink, girl. Sounds like it's going to be a long night." The words felt like rocks in her throat, each confession worse than the last. Her on-off affair with Nathan, their adopted daughter, her visit to Goldie, and the unreported emails directed solely at her. Downs's face was expressionless throughout, but by the rate he was sinking her booze, the words were having their effect. "And you kept all this to yourself? Why didn't you come to me earlier? It's not as if you didn't have the opportunity." "I didn't want to involve you. It wouldn't have been fair." "So what's changed?" "I think I know who the door knocker killer is." "Shit," Downs said. "Who is it?" "I've got a suspicion it's my daughter, Lucy, or whatever she calls herself now. It's why I've come to you. I need your help bringing her in tomorrow. I think I know where she's going to be." "And how did you get that information?" "Through my contacts," Ruby replied, staring into her empty glass. "The Crosbys?" It was a statement, not a question. "Lenny, Nathan knows nothing about it. Please don't ask me any more." "Meaning?" Downs paused. "You had to give something in return? Did he hurt you?" "Oh, no, nothing like that. But you're right, there was an exchange. It's finished now. Nobody got hurt." But there was that drugs raid, the one they've been planning for months. The one that fell apart because someone had tipped them off." "And there's this," Ruby said, changing the subject swiftly, pulling an A4 printed paper from her pocket. "These are the stills from the internet cafe that I mentioned in briefing. Judging by the times, we're pretty certain this is our suspect." She handed over the grainy image of a person with short, dark, bobbed hair. "Looks a bit like Warrow," Downs joked, squinting at the image. "It matches the description of the woman Goldie told me about. I'm going to disclose it to Warrow at first light. But I'm not telling her about my daughter, or how I got this information in the first place." Downs tutted. "Ruby, Ruby, Ruby. What a tangled web we weave." She looked at him uncertainly. "What are you going to do?" "What do you want me to do?" Ruby shrugged, feeling like an axe was about to drop at any minute. "Do what you feel is right." "This does my head in. You know that? You're getting paid to lock up criminals, then sneaking off to see them on job time. You could lose your job. Guilt and shame washed over Ruby, and she bit back the tears that threatened to flow. She drew in a deep breath. Crying had brought her merciless teasing from her brother as a child. It was a sign of weakness, and she hated herself for being at such a low point in her life. She wanted to tell Downs that she realized how stupid she'd been, that she was disgusted with herself for risking her career, and felt every inch the loathed, bent copper for providing evidence which could have collapsed the raid. She opened her mouth to speak, but the lump in her throat grew, and she could not trust herself to utter the words. Her chin wobbled, and she shielded her face in her hands, catching the tears which were now trailing between her fingers without her permission. "I'm sorry. I never meant for any of this to happen." Downs squeezed her shoulder. "Hush now. You're not the first copper to get themselves in hot water, and you won't be the last. I don't suppose you've eaten, have you? Let me order in some food. You'll feel better with some grub inside you." Ruby nodded, her sobs subsiding. Downs looked around the room for a takeaway menu. A rush of loneliness hit her. The dynamics in their relationship had changed, and they had broken all of the rules. No discussion of work, no sharing a meal, and definitely no crying on his shoulder. It begged the question, was their friendship over? And how would she cope on her own? But Downs was not leaving her any time soon. The next few hours were spent discussing options over a takeaway Chinese. Relief swept over Ruby, as it became apparent he had no intention of reporting her to her superiors. Ruby would have to ensure no evidence of any kind could be traced back to her, then deny any involvement if she was questioned. At least she hadn't taken any payment from Lenny. If she had, Downs might have turned her in, and she wouldn't have blamed him. But she was as much a victim in this sorry affair as anyone else, and all she wanted to do was to put it right. Ruby rubbed a bleary eye as she looked at her watch. "It's gone 1 a.m. You'd better be going." "I'm not leaving you here on your own. Do you want to come back to mine and stay the night?" Downs's townhouse was 5 minutes' walk from the station, and the pretty tree-lined estate where he lived also housed other police officers on her shift. "No, someone will see us and put 2 and 2 together. I'm okay, honestly." He stood up from the cramped chair and stretched his limbs. "In that case, I'm staying with yous. Try not to abuse me in the night. I'm too tired." Ruby gave a short laugh and followed him to the bedroom. They spooned, listening to the gentle howl of the wind through the crack in her bedroom window. His strong arms gave her comfort, and she had the best night's sleep in weeks. She awoke the next morning to the sound of the shower and pushed back her tousled hair as Downs emerged from a puff of steam. "For the love of God, how do you use that shower? There are 2 settings, Baltic or lobster boil. I'm feckin' freezing." Ruby cast an eye over his muscular shoulders, trailing down to the small towel draped over his torso. The slight paunch did not detract from him in the slightest. Ruby didn't want to return to reality yet. Tonight was a late shift, and it was an hour before her alarm clock was due to go off. Snuggling back under the duvet, she pulled back a corner, enticing him inside. "If you want, I can warm you up." Downs smiled in return, whipping off the towel to rough dry his hair. "I know your game, lassie. Fiddling with the temperature to get me into bed. You only had to ask." Chapter 53. The battered computer processor whirred as it fought to keep up with the programs she had opened. Ruby clicked on the search engine, typing in scenes describing how the bodies had been found. Forensics on the memorial cards had been disappointing because whoever sent them had covered their tracks. But it gave Ruby the incentive to clear the paperwork from her desk. She had declined Downes's offer of a cooked breakfast, her mind too occupied with thoughts of Lucy to spend the morning relaxing in a cafe. Today was a late shift, which afforded her more time. But Ruby did not want to be anywhere else. A quick visit to her mum, and she was back at work, 4 hours before she was due in. Her search history consisted of some very strange phrases, but eating cucumber sandwiches in lounge scene had to be in her top 10. But the return was so vast, she did not know where to begin. She clicked on the images, pausing to change the search term. Victorian, book, movie, scene in lounge, cucumber sandwiches. Like her other searches, it was random, but worth a shot. She found it on the 3rd page of results. The image of a woman on a patterned chaise longue made Ruby's heart patter in her chest. A table was displayed in front of her, triangular cucumber sandwiches on a neatly laid tray. This was it. This was the reenacted scene. A memory resurfaced of a movie Ruby had seen over 10 years ago, Lucy's Christmas. It was too close to her own life for comfort, and she had vowed never to watch it again. A corny, feel-good story set in Victorian times, it featured a little girl that had been given up for adoption. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed little girl named Lucy. The first time Ruby had watched it, she'd sobbed the whole way through. Like an old-fashioned version of Annie, it was a story of past regrets and new reconnections, as the little girl found her real mother again. A tragic parting, a fairy tale reunion, with both lives intertwined. The movie began as Lucy's biological mother sat sadly in her living room, mourning the loss of her own mother. The death notice, the Victorian mourning traditions, they were all part of the scene. Having lost the one person who made her give up her daughter, the woman vowed to reclaim her little girl. Several obstacles crossed her path, but all was resolved on Christmas Day. Ruby hated that movie, because real life was not made of fairy tales, and she couldn't bear the fact her child shared the same name. She grimaced as she looked up an online movie site to find more information. The details were vague. She would have to watch it again. But Ruby did not cry when she saw the film again, because this time she was in her office watching with the eye of an investigator. The mother figure, named Melissa, looked nothing like victims Emily and Monica. But the scenes were exactly the same. Ruby held her breath as the film began with Melissa staring mournfully at a death notification. A black-edged card, just like the ones delivered to Ruby's desk. The scenes could not have been any more exact. Melissa, in a floral dress, having tea and cucumber sandwiches, a temporary respite after being misdirected to her daughter's true whereabouts. Falling asleep in her Victorian nightgown, her hair spilling out on the pillow, as she dreams of being reunited with her daughter. Ruby watched through to the final scene. A touching moment, when the woman was sitting in the car, ready to drive away into the sunset with her little girl. It had all been focused around that special Christmas day, when Lucy asked Santa for her true mummy. At last they were reunited, and the wicked woman who ran the orphanage was taken away, replaced with someone kinder to care for the children who were left behind. It was an old-fashioned, heartwarming fairy tale. Ruby could imagine her suspect watching it over and over until she knew every word, every scene, every detail off by heart. But nowhere in the movie had glass baubles found their way into the mother's stomach. Was it an action born out of anger, because Emily had not reenacted the scene to perfection? And had Anita Devine ever watched this movie too? If so, it might give her a slim hope of survival. Ruby looked up a number and picked up the phone. Mr. Devine, this is Detective Sergeant Ruby Preston from Shoreditch Serious Crime Unit. We've spoken before. Yes? Joseph breathed down the phone, his panic audible. Ruby could have kicked herself for her insensitivity. It was obvious he was expecting bad news. It's nothing, really. Just a quick question. Has Anita ever seen the movie Lucy's Christmas? It's an old feel-good film, not very well known. Joseph started speaking before Ruby had even finished her sentence. Yes, she must have watched that movie 100 times or more. She ordered it on DVD from some obscure website and tortured herself with it. In the end, I threw it away. Why? What's that got to do with anything? It's just a line of inquiry I'm pursuing. And Joseph, if we have any real news, good or bad, we'll tell you in person. It won't be delivered over the phone. Ruby bid her goodbyes, grateful for the lead. It was also a small glimmer of hope. And right now, it was Anita's only chance of keeping her and Sophie alive. Chapter 54. La 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 la. Lucy danced down the steps, giggling as she reached the last one, and jumping with both feet together. Her voice carried in a forced, high-pitched tone, and Anita prepared herself for her visit. She wanted to scream. She wanted to cry, to bunch her fists and launch herself at her captor until she broke free. But she knew from experience that her best chance of being released was to stay calm and give her persecutor whatever she wanted. The last few hours had been hell, and she had no choice but to believe Lucy's reassurances that Sophie was still alive. Being good in emergencies was a trait which had got her out of a few sticky situations. The worse things got, the calmer she became. It was uncanny. She used to worry about it until she found her niche in counselling. Her husband joked that she attracted all the crazies. It was all the more reason for her to have picked up on Lucy's mental state when she visited. But she so wanted it to be real, she had put aside any niggling reservations. For now, Lucy was happy, and it was up to Anita to make sure she stayed that way. "Mummy?" Lucy said, the childish words strangely out of place for her adult frame. "It's going to be Christmas soon." She rushed forward, opening her arms for a hug. She was dressed as a little girl now, and freakishly frightening. Her eyes flitted back and forth, while narrow lips mumbled as she spoke under her breath. Anita counted to 10 in her mind, forcing her body to relax, leaning her head into Lucy's bony frame to accept her affection. It was going against every natural instinct, but she forced a deep, calming breath and was rewarded by the look of surprise on her captor's face. She had not been expecting her compliance, not a second time. But Anita would do what it took to keep her baby alive. Lucy stepped back and clapped her hands. "Oh, Mummy, this is so exciting! Do you like Christmas? Do you?" Anita nodded, mumbling, under the slimy gag, which was making her stomach churn. Lucy bit her bottom lip. "Silly me, let's get this off," she said, her fingers hastily undoing the knot. "Now don't do anything silly, will you? Because the last lady did something silly, and she's not around anymore." Anita's eyes fell on the blood-stained floor, and she nodded. The smell of decay, the broken floorboards, everything about this room screamed danger. She focused on her lungs, drawing in breath and exhaling it again. In, out, in. Anything rather than allow her natural instincts to emerge. because every sinew in her body was battling to punch, kick, and fight. She took a slow breath as the gag was removed, licking the bitter taste from her lips. This was not the time to scream. This was the time to take things calm and slow. She smiled, looking at Lucy as if she was the most precious thing in the world, because that was what Lucy wanted, and keeping Lucy happy was her best chance of saving her and Sophie's lives. Lucy stared, as if observing a new species in the zoo. She clearly was not used to Anita's behavior, and seemed at a loss as to how to react. Anita wanted to ask about Sophie, demand for her to be set free. But instead, she gave her a sad smile and waited for Lucy to speak. "Aren't you cross?" Lucy said, folding her arms. "No. I'm a little sad for you, and feeling uncomfortable in this chair, but I'm not cross. Why would I be cross when I've found you?" Lucy frowned. "So you're happy to see me?" "Of course I am, darling. I've waited all my life for you." Lucy jutted out her bottom lip in a pout. "You're lying. You want to trick me. Because you're scared." Anita smiled, pushing back the hysterical laugh bubbling up in her throat. She swallowed it back, emitting a gentle chuckle, her words calm and even. "Don't you remember how happy I was when you turned up at my door? I said I'd waited all my life for you to come knocking. Seeing you was the happiest day of my life." Lucy nodded. "I remember. But this is different. I took you here. You must hate me for that. The others did." "Sweetheart, I don't know about any other people, but I do know this. You're my daughter. From the second I saw you, I knew that it was true. You must have been hurt by some very bad people to bring you to this dark place, and that breaks my heart. So it doesn't matter how I got here. You don't even have to tell me why, because now we start our lives afresh. Forget those other people who let you down. It's you and me now." Lucy eyed her suspiciously. It was the longest conversation she had ever had with her guests, and it was way too good to be true. Lucy's childish tone had dropped for now, as she spoke with the voice of an adult. "What about your other family? Your husband, your son and daughter?" "They've had me all their lives, and I'm guessing that you've had no one. This is my chance to make things right. But there is something I need you to do for me, so we can start on the right foot." "What do you want?" Lucy said, her voice flat. "I need you to tell me where Sophie is." "She's asleep upstairs." "Good girl. Now we have an exciting adventure ahead, don't we?" Lucy nodded, a slow bob of the head, her eyes uncertain. "But it needs to be just you and me, nobody else, right?" Anita said. Lucy nodded faster this time. "You want me to get rid of Sophie?" She flashed a smile, as if she had just been waiting for permission all along. Anita cleared her throat, feeling as if she was drowning on the inside. "No, I need you to see that she's returned home safely to her father. She's just a little girl, just like you, and we don't want anything bad to happen to her now, do we? If Sophie gets hurt, then the police will be looking for us, and we'd be all over the television and in newspapers in all the countries. But if she is returned home, I could write a letter saying I'm safe and I want to be left alone. Do you understand what I mean?" "So you want me to take Sophie back home alive?" Yes. Then we'll be free to start again. And how exciting would that be? Because that's what you want, isn't it? I guess I could do that. But there's something we have to do first. You have to pass the test. If you don't pass the test, then you're not my mother. Anita's stomach grumbled. All she'd had to sustain her was a glass of water, which brought with it the understanding that if she'd had nothing to eat, then neither had Sophie. Was she still under the influence of the same drugs that made their capture possible? Anita realized that Lucy was staring at her. Fists clenched, they rested on the hips of that ridiculous outfit. She looked like a reject from Oliver Twist. Oh, I do hope I pass, Anita said, grateful she couldn't read her mind. I've got my hopes up now. I can't imagine us not being together. She considered asking Lucy to untie her, allow her to speak to her daughter. But slowly, catchy monkey. Her senses told her to take things slowly. Lucy could change with the click of a finger, and she had made it quite clear that the other women had met a bad end. There was no doubt that this was a life-and-death situation. All she wanted was for Sophie to be returned home, safe and well. "Do you like Christmas?" Lucy said, her face illuminated by the flashing lights on the tree. "It's my favorite time of the year," Anita replied, hoping it was the right answer. "And do you like my clothes? Strike a chord, do they?" "They're beautiful. I have seen them before, but—" Anita paused, racking her brains for the answer. The Victorian clothes, the Christmas tree, and the music box she left on the shelf. She had recognized something about her. Silly me. Can you help? Lucy shook her head. I'm going to play my music box. Perhaps that will jog your memory. Anita nodded. Can I please use the toilet? It's just that... Not yet. It's time. First the music. Then you'll know what to do. If you're my true mother, that is. As Lucy wound the music box, Anita felt as if she were part of a macabre bedtime story, being tested for her worthiness, like the Princess and the Pea. Only in this case, her life was hanging by a very fine thread. Chapter 55. Ruby stared at the phone number, kicking herself for missing the call. It was not one she recognized, yet the recording of the young woman's voice left her in no doubt. It was Lucy, and she was trying to get in touch. Lenny had promised he would find her. Had he passed her phone number on? Ruby played the message back a second time. Silence fell as the answering machine picked up, followed by a resigned sigh. This was a bad idea, the caller said, before ending the call. Immediately she dialed the number. Her heart cranked up a notch in her chest as she waited for an answer. After 6 rings, she was about to hang up, when an unsteady voice came on the line. Ruby gripped the phone tightly to her ear, trying to distinguish its owner. Hello? The voice was frail, but far from young, and Ruby wondered if she had misdialed. This is Ruby Preston, she said authoritatively. With whom am I speaking? Hello? The voice repeated. Ruby tutted, wondering if it was one of those daft answer machines that played a trick on you by pretending to answer the phone. Is there anyone there? Ruby said. Hello? Ruby, is that you? The woman responded. Ruby's heart faltered as recognition kicked in. Surely not. How could it be? She took a deep breath. Mum, is that you? Yes, dear. Why are you calling? Have you lost your phone? Ruby rubbed her forehead as she tried to clear the confusion. Where was her mother? Was she still at the home? And if so, why was she answering the mobile phone that had just called? "Have you got a visitor?" Ruby said, her heart racing. It was the only plausible explanation she could think of. Either she was on someone else's phone, or her mother had been kidnapped. She prayed Joy's lucid phase would continue long enough to answer her questions. Pushing her hand in her pocket, she pulled out a set of car keys. She needed to get to Oakwood to find out what was going on. By the time Ruby got to the car, all she could hear was the background noise of teacups rattling on a tray, and the familiar sound of the inoffensive television programs that played on a loop in the home, Countryfile being a particular favourite. A muffled noise erupted as the phone seemed to switch hands, and the call was abruptly brought to an end. Swearing under her breath, Ruby redialed the number, but was rewarded with the deadening tone of a phone that was switched off. But she knew the number of Oakwood off by heart. Her nails tapped on the steering wheel as she willed staff to pick up the phone. It felt like a lifetime to Ruby, and at last a woman's voice chanted on the other end. "Hello, Oakwood Care Home, how can I help you?" Ruby was less gracious with her response, but her abruptness was fueled only by concern. "This is Ruby, Joy Preston's daughter. Can you tell me if she has a visitor with her? I'm on my way over, but I've had a strange call from a mobile phone. Mum was on the other end." It was a slight fib, but Ruby did not have time to go into details of how she came across the number. "Oh, I don't recall Joy having any visitors, but I'll go and check," the woman responded. Ruby set her phone to hands-free and allowed it to echo through the speakers of the car as she drove. It had not occurred to her to tell her colleagues where she was going, because she was too wrapped up in worrying about Joy. Was it really Lucy's phone number she had just dialed? And if so, what were her intentions towards her mum? Ruby felt jittery as the staff member's voice boomed through the speakers. She grasped for the button to turn down the volume. "Hello again, dear. There's nobody with Joy now. I've checked the visitors book, and as I thought, there's nobody signed in for a visit, but—" "Yes?" Ruby responded, growing increasingly agitated. Visitors had to pass reception to enter and needed to know the passcode to open the second set of doors. So how did her mum have a visitor without anybody knowing? "Well, I've spoken to some of the other residents. They seem to think that there was a visitor with her earlier, a young lady, but they're not there now. I'm sorry, dear, but until we check the CCTV, we've no way of knowing who it was." Ruby sighed with relief. At least Joy had not been kidnapped. After recent events with the door-knocker killer, anything was possible. She replayed her late-night visit from Lenny in her mind. He had threatened to pay a visit to her mother if she did anything wrong. Had she said or done something out of turn since then? What about their recent rendezvous in the car? But he had looked more than happy when she provided him with the information of the proposed raid. Ruby chewed the cherry-red lipstick from her bottom lip. Oakwood was not a prison. Her mother was allowed as many visitors as she wanted. Sometimes old school friends would come, an occasional neighbour, or a distant relative. Ruby liked to keep tabs on people's comings and goings, and always checked the visitors book when she attended the home. Her continued acquaintance with Nathan ran the risk of Joy being a victim of a revenge attack. When the attacker could not get to the focus of their hatred, their nearest and dearest became targets instead. It was why they gave each other such a wide berth in public. And God knows she had made enough enemies in her own job. She would be speaking to management about this. If they did not tighten up their security, she would have to think about moving her mother elsewhere. But Joy was settled at Oakwood, and she did not want to put her through the distress of a new environment. After questioning her mother, the identity of a visitor was discovered. The same description as her suspect, slim, dark-haired, with sunglasses shielding her face. A woman who went to the toilet and left her mobile phone behind. By some miracle, Joy had answered the call. This was usually beyond her capabilities. Phone calls only served to confuse her. But today, Ruby had been in luck. When her visitor discovered Joy on her phone, she snatched it from her grasp and wasted no time in leaving. CCTV revealed a figure entering the home behind a large family, a good disguise for someone who didn't want to sign in. Upon leaving, all Ruby could see was the same dark-haired figure cloaked by a delivery man as he made his exit. That was someone who was aware of CCTV and how it worked, and they had bypassed the door code by tailgating someone on the way in. Ruby did not hesitate in recommending that the home tightened their security. But for what purpose was the visit? Was it to shake Ruby up, or test the waters for what lay ahead? After a quick goodbye to her mum, she headed outside. Rubbing the nape of her neck, Ruby was unable to shake off the sensation of being watched. She glanced around the tree-lined car park. The dining room was filling up, and as they sat at the window, some of the old-age pensioners were looking her way, but their gaze was soft and yielding. Ruby exhaled in frustration as she rooted in her bag for her keys. Was she being paranoid, or was Lucy closing in? Involving her mother had brought things to a whole new level, and she had to report the incident if she was to keep her safe. As Ruby drove away, she wondered how much longer it would be before all her secrets came tumbling down around her. Chapter 56. The hair on the back of Anita's neck stood sentry as the music box tinkled in the stifling air. Each pin slowly plucked the steel drum, enhancing the terror of her surroundings. As the tune slowly wound down, Anita took in Lucy's hopeful features, her eyes roaming over her clothes. The blonde wig, the old-fashioned clothing, and a little girl in search of her mummy. A spark of recognition lit in her brain. Could it be? She replayed a movie soundtrack in the confines of her mind. Lucy's Christmas, of course. She had watched it dozens of times. It was the music box that had put her off. The tune wasn't the same. But it was close enough for her to recognize the meaning. Her pulse quickened. So this is what her captor meant. Images flashed in her mind, aiding her recollection. As if she herself was in a scene of a movie. But there was no kidnap scene involved. She had to find her own way out of that. I remember, Anita said, her voice raking through her dry throat. A raspy breath cooled her cheek. Good. Then you'll know what to say. The others could not have known what Lucy meant, and perhaps Lucy had set them up to fail all along. But as the music box was tightly wound for the second time, the answers instantly appeared to Anita. For it was a movie she had cried over many times, her lips forming soundless words as she replayed each scene. Lucy's eyes flitted up to the basement door, which had been left tantalizingly open. Anita jerked against her bindings as Lucy looked away. But it was no use. She could barely move. Frustrated tears sprang to her eyes, and a sob escaped her throat before she could close her mouth to stop it. She hadn't eaten a thing, nor had she been allowed to use the toilet, and had suffered the shame of warm urine trickling down the thin material of her jeans. Each moment of discomfort made her heart ache for Sophie. Where was she? And how was she coping? She would not survive much longer, if indeed she was alive at all. She had to face the truth. Help was not coming. It was up to her to break free. Lucy's eyes narrowed as she turned to face her. Her voice was churlish, spoken in a tone better suited to a sulking child. You're crying. Why are you crying? Anita sniffed, delivering a watery smile. "It's because I'm so happy." Her heart faltered in the hope that she would be believed. Her voice was smooth, her words delivered in the same calm tones she had learned in her training as a counselor. Lucy regarded her for a few minutes before nodding her head and laying down the music box. It gave a little tinkle, the last strands of "Hush Little Baby" echoing in their darkened chamber. Her blonde curls looked freakishly out of place, and now that her face was scrubbed clean, Anita could see her for what she really was. "Are you ready to play?" Lucy said, tongue darting across her teeth, like an animal about to devour its prey. Anita nodded. She knew what would happen if she got it wrong. She wanted to scream Sophie's name, to know that her little girl was safe. She told herself that she was still alive. Their bond was strong, and in the depths of her being, she felt her daughter's life force pulsating faintly, just as it did when she was pregnant. Her flesh and blood, unlike the creature before her. She stared at the back of Lucy's head, sending invisible daggers of hate. There was something about their demeanor that told Anita this would not end well. The least she could do was to give herself a fighting chance as the final moments drew near. "Could you untie me?" The woman in the movie was standing beside the tree. "I think it would be better if we got it right, don't you?" Lucy frowned. Her childish voice dissipated as she spoke, and her tone was low and guttural. "You better not play any tricks. If you play tricks, I'll kill Sophie, I mean it." Anita's heart pounded in her chest, surging a shot of adrenaline through her veins. Her body was preparing for the fight, and she fought hard to portray an expression of calm. She was weak and dizzy, and needed time to gather her strength. She made a silent vow. Once unbound, she would never allow Lucy to bind her again. "As I said, I've been waiting all my life to meet you. Why would I want to run away now?" Lucy delivered a narrow-eyed glance. It was a look that said she was not so easily fooled, and she turned to delve her hand into the shoebox she had rested on the shelf. Anita caught the glint of steel as Lucy drew near. It was a boning knife, with a 6-inch blade. Anita recognized it, as she had a similar one at home. One she had lost. Or had she? Lately, things had been going missing, objects had been moved. She had thought she was going mad, but now... Her eyes widened as Lucy approached. How many times had she been in her home before they met? Lucy's eyes held a manic stare, her tongue darting from between her teeth to lick her lips once more. "Please don't," Anita whimpered, as Lucy stood behind her, the cool blade kissing the skin on her wrists. Anita closed her eyes, blocking out the basement, the smells, and the lunatic tugging at her wrists, until all she could see was Sophie's face. If she was going to die, she would take love with her in her final moments, not terror or despair. Chapter 57. Flecks of rain sprinkled Ruby's face as she ran down the narrow path. Being fit added another layer to her armor. She had good legs and strong biceps, and wanted to keep it that way. With her fitness test coming up, her superiors did not begrudge her a run during her break. But her mind was on the figure behind her, who had been following for some time. The grate of their heavy breath came thick and fast, as they struggled to keep up with her pace. Coming to an abrupt halt, Ruby bent to tie her shoelaces. Her follower was close. Extending her foot, Ruby knocked them off their feet, sending them stumbling to the pavement below. Launching herself upon them, she wasted no time in pinning their wrists to the ground. The person did not put up a fight, as Ruby pushed back their hood. "What are you doing here?" she said, glaring at Helen with disbelief. It was not the first time Ruby had bumped into a journalist, but never while she was out on a run. "It's not illegal to exercise, is it?" Helen said, between breaths, sweat clinging to her mousy hair. Patting her down for weapons, Ruby sprung to her feet. "Don't give me that bullshit, I know you've been following me." Grabbing the front of Helen's hoodie, she pulled her back onto her feet. Keeping hold of her sweater, Ruby gave her a quick shake. "Come on then, I'm waiting." All right, let go of me, will ya?" Helen blurted, smoothing back her sweater as Ruby released her grip. "I just wanted to see where you were going. There's a lot of buzz around this case, and I heard you might have some contacts." "And I was going for a run," Ruby said, unimpressed. "Next time I catch you following me, I'll have you arrested for harassment." "Harassment?" Helen said, her eyes wide and disbelieving. "Just keep out of my way in future. I was going to give you a heads up after our chat in the cafe, but now you can go through the official channels like everyone else." It may have seemed harsh, but she'd had enough of people picking over the bones of her personal life. Lately, the lines between work and home seemed more blurred than ever. Ruby replayed their conversation as she clicked through her emails, trying, but not succeeding, to maintain a level of concentration. She hated admin. Loathed it, in fact. But if she didn't get the overtime and leave requests signed off, she would be the least popular person in the station. Apart from Warrow, of course. Although Ruby was back in her good books, after coming up with the movie that seemed to fit the killer's MO. Luddy had been tasked with contacting the websites that sold it online. But there were so many, not to count the free online pirate sites, where you could watch it for free. The killer could have obtained it any time in the last 20 years, and Ruby could not help but feel she had loaded Luddy down with another fruitless task. Her thoughts floated back to Lucy. Was she really capable of taking a mother and child? And if so, where were they? Outer London was a hive of rat runs, derelict council buildings, and vermin-infested squats. Could she be holed up there? Or were her claims of homelessness a cover for what was really going on? Her efforts at tracing the number that called her had come up blank. Like Nathan, the caller had used a pay-as-you-go. It was now permanently switched off. There was no doubt that Lucy was playing games with her, and communicated at a time only of her choosing. The information she obtained from Goldie had not been worth the trade-off for her integrity, and Ruby buried her head in her hands, feeling the magnitude of it all. This wasn't just about Anita. Sophie's life hung in the balance as well. She should be doing more. She drummed her fingers against the desk, resisting the urge to call Nathan. Lucy was his daughter too. If anyone could trace her, Nathan could. But what if he found her? What then? She would go underground faster than a rabbit at a chute, along with any chance of locating their missing people. But there was someone else who could help, someone who owed her. She plucked her mobile from her blazer pocket, straining her neck through the open door to ensure 5 minutes of privacy while she sent the text. She drew up L for Lenny on her contacts list, trying to keep the words as ambiguous as she could. Found her yet? Fed up chasing my tail. Ruby chewed her bottom lip. It was the politest way of getting across what was playing on her mind. "Let's see what you make of this," she mumbled under her breath, pressing send before she changed her mind. 2 seconds later, she deleted the sent text and prayed it would not come back to bite her. She diverted her attention to her computer and the work screaming out to be completed. At the top of her bulging email inbox lay a response to an inquiry she had forgotten all about. the credit checks on Worrow's frantic caller. She knew she was taking a chance investigating one of their own, but it was with good reason, although if she was picked up on it, she would have to come up with a valid excuse. Having a bad feeling about her superior did not qualify as a legitimate use of police systems, but she had made the inquiry on the grounds of the prevention and detection of crime. Downs had trusted her enough to authorize the request, so it was more than her neck on the line. As Ruby clicked through the file, it seemed she was right to be suspicious. She pored over the information, her mind working overtime. Chapter 58. Death did not come as Anita expected. The tugging sensation lasted seconds as her binding snapped against the pressure of the knife. First her wrists, then her ankles. It took a few seconds for full feeling to return, and as Lucy stood over her, knife in hand, she knew it would not pay to aggravate her captor. They regarded each other with suspicion as Anita forced out a "thank you," rubbing the redness from her torn wrists. She wanted to cry, but she had to hold it together because there was still a faint hope of escape. Lucy's eyes never left hers as she took her place beside the tree, waiting for one false move. "Well, come on then, time to begin," Lucy said, still gripping the knife. Anita rose, feeling like something from an old zombie movie as she hobbled, stiff and erratic, towards the tree. One foot in front of the other, she thought, resisting the temptation to glance up at the open door. Freedom was so close, she could taste it, but she was not strong enough to run. Not yet. Her jeans had dried of their own accord, and the damp canvas swished as it rubbed against her thighs. Hunger consumed her. Her parched throat cried out for water, but, most importantly of all, she needed to find her daughter. Lucy grinned lewdly, as Anita pretended to admire the decorations so carefully applied. It was only then that Anita noticed the painstaking attention to detail. Shiny baubles, tiny wooden rocking horses, and glossy candy canes. They all graced the bent-up branches of the cheap synthetic tree. Anita imagined the previous victims cloaked in terror and confusion as they tried to understand their task. She suppressed a shudder. It was too late for them now. She had to focus on saving Sophie. It was just her and Lucy now, whoever or whatever Lucy was. Anita was a naturally compassionate person, but she had carefully removed any remnants of pity for her captor. It was the only way if she was to kill without mercy in order to survive. She was confident there was nobody else involved. Lucy had made it very clear that she wanted it to be just them. Lucy smiled that lewd grin as she fingered the decoration. There was a thirst behind her eyes, and a storm cloud passed her face as light and dark battled for supremacy. Anita averted her gaze as panic rose in her chest, crawling like a long-legged spider up her throat, and threatening to release the scream she had been suppressing since she awoke. She pressed her fingernails into her palms. If it were just her, she might accept her fate, but the involvement of her daughter was something entirely different. She had allowed this woman into her home, and she would be the one to end this. "It's almost Christmas," Lucy said, staring at the tree. Anita touched the wiry green branches and smiled. Lucy was still holding the knife, and she wondered if she was waiting for the excuse to plunge it into her chest. "Yes, it is, and I'm so excited to be spending it with you." "But what if Santa doesn't bring me what I want, Mummy?" Lucy's knuckles whitened as her grip on the knife grew tighter. The music box played eerily in the dim light. Like Lucy, it was off-kilter, but Anita did not miss a beat as she recited her lines. Eyes shining, she stared at Lucy, praying that behind the ghoulish smile and freakish wig, there lay a spark of compassion. Do you hear that? I played it the night you were born. I promised you the world. And it's time to keep my promises. She paused, placing her left hand on Lucy's shoulder, just like they did in the movie scene. Anita's face creased in a smile as she delivered the last line. My car's waiting outside, sweetheart. You're coming home with me. The music box wore down and came to a halt. Anita had delivered the line word for word. Lucy's expression was one of wonder. Anita's heart hammered as she considered her options. What now? You did it! Lucy whispered, her mouth open in amazement. With icy fingertips, she reached out and touched Anita's face. It was as if she had never considered what to do when she got this far. You actually did it. Of course I did, because every time I watched this movie I thought of you. Were you watching it too? Anita said, but her words were mechanical as fear robbed her voice of its empathy. Yes, I was. A shadow crossed Lucy's face, and she narrowed her eyes. Why did you give me up? You said I meant the world to you, and you wanted us to be together. So why did you give me away? Anita's glance flicked from Lucy to the knife which she was now clutching tightly to her chest. Was she imagining it, or did Lucy seem disappointed because she had passed the test? I was 15 when I got pregnant. Mum had died the year before, and Dad wasn't coping. The first night I brought you home, he threw you onto the bed because you were crying. He could have killed you. He had a terrible temper when he drank, and I could put up with him hurting me, but not my little girl. So I gave you up to keep you safe. Anita sighed as she recounted the fake story, hoping she was delivering a convincing performance. The reasons behind the adoption were personal, and not to be shared with the monster she had come to hate. She blinked twice, conscious of the passing seconds as her daughter lay alone. You were so beautiful, a perfect child. It was the best chance you had of living in a normal, happy home. But I never stopped hoping that you would come knocking on my door. And now here you are. Here I am, Lucy echoed, but her expression was vacant as she withdrew into herself. Anita had dealt with many disturbed people, and she recognized the signs. Lucy was totally unpredictable and could react without warning. Anita glanced from the knife to the door, her heart sinking. It took all of her strength just to stand. The time it would take for her to reach the stairs would not ensure her safety. But how long was Lucy going to continue with this charade? She could not afford to wait hours, days, or weeks for this game to reach a conclusion. Perhaps it was revenge for years of abuse, a way of killing her mother for surrendering her to the wolves all those years ago. Anita knew deep down that it was not going to end well, because she could see that a part of Lucy relished the kill. She had no intention of returning her daughter to safety as promised, or of setting her free, because, despite Lucy's twisted desperation to recreate an idyllic family scene, in the real world, dreams didn't always come true. Lucy, Anita said, bringing her thoughts back. I need to use the toilet. Can you show me where it is? She longed to escape the stench of the pit they were in, and raked in a breath as anxiety pressed down hard on her chest. "Do you like the decorations? They're pretty, aren't they? Especially these baubles," Lucy said, touching them gently. Fear tightened its hold, and Anita's chest heaved as the warm birth of panic made itself known. Slipping the glass bauble from the tree, she held it up under the light. "I like this one the best. See how it sparkles, just like the one in the movie?" Anita allowed it to slip through her fingers and fall on the floor. She knew it would provoke anger, but just a few seconds of distraction was all she needed to make her escape. It was now or never, because she knew that Lucy would never let her go. "What have you done?" Lucy said, bowing her head to stare at the bauble, which had broken into 100 pieces against the wooden floor. Drawing up all of her strength, Anita brought forward her knee, smashing Lucy hard in the face. A strangled scream erupted as cartilage cracked upon impact. The clang of a knife reverberated in the room as she dropped the implement, clutching at her bleeding nose. Staggering back, her legs buckled, making her cry out as she hit her head against the floor. With shaking limbs, Anita darted for the stairs, taking them 2 at a time. Slamming the door behind her, she swiveled her head left and right, limbs shaking, eyes straining against the natural light. Just as she had imagined, she had been held captive in somebody's home. The scent of disinfectant overpowered her senses, but it was a blessed relief compared to what she had been forced to endure below. "Sophie, where are you?" Anita cried, barely recognizing the sound of her own voice as it rebounded around the cluttered rooms. A cat mewed on the landing, curling its tail around her legs. Anita drew away, clouded in confusion. Here, in the midst of all this horror, was a family pet, a symbol of everyday life, out of place with the monstrosity of the situation. She glanced at the back door, the promise of freedom so close to hand. But she was not leaving without her daughter. Lucy said Sophie was asleep. She had to be upstairs. Stumbling into the hall, she forced her legs up the narrow stairs. If she could just grab Sophie and run, there was still time to get away. Turning left and right, she flung open doors, peering inside each room before moving on. Hot press, bedroom, bathroom. With each empty room, her despair mounted, until she came to the last door on the right. Her eyes fell on the protruding metal padlock. For once, luck was on her side. It wasn't locked. A cry of relief rose from her throat as she threw it on the floor. Slamming back the door, her jubilance was short-lived as she caught sight of the small figure on the single bed. "Sophie," she cried. "Oh, my baby, what has she done to you?" Relief and anger rose in equal measures. The cheap grey tracksuit Sophie was wearing was bulked at the crotch from the nappy underneath, and a thin layer of sweat glazed her brow. "Mummy's here," Anita cried, laying the tips of her shaking fingers onto her daughter's face. She was still alive. There was still time. Slowly she peeled back the plaster holding the drip in place. But as she did so, the image of a face fell into her peripheral vision. Heart hammering, Anita glanced to the side, a cold trickle of fear encasing her in an icy grip. It was not a person, but an array of wigs on styrofoam heads. Her lungs expelled the breath she was holding as she peered at the dresser to her right. Eyeshadows, foundation, perfume. Every spare inch was covered with makeup and jewelry of varying colors and brands. Above them, a dozen photos were sellotaped to the mirror. It was her, walking to school with Sophie, driving the car, and even in the supermarket on the weekly food shop. Time stood still as Anita glared in disbelief. The creak of a floorboard brought with it a renewed sense of urgency, and she babbled nonsensically, kissing her daughter's cheek as she scooped her up from the bed. Sophie was alive, but for how long? She had to get out before her legs gave way. She turned for the door, fear slicing through her like an icy spear. But it was not a wig that made her recoil in horror. It was the person in the doorway, standing with their fists clenched. "Help me," Anita whispered, clinging to her child with the last of her strength. But as the stranger advanced upon her, Anita knew that help was very far away. Chapter 59. "I knew you were going soft," Lenny Crosby said, cracking his knuckles as he paced the polished oak floor. "She's like a drug to you, isn't she? Why else would you turn your back on your own family for a stinking copper?" "Fuck off, will you? I don't need this right now," Nathan replied, knowing it would take more than a few expletives for Lenny to pack it in. Tweedy Steve stood, a giant of a man, closely monitoring the arguing brothers. But Nathan had no intention of getting him involved. He would allow Lenny to rant until he ran out of steam. No doubt their mum had sent Lenny over after Leona had gone around there crying that she had been dumped. Nathan rolled his eyes as Lenny continued with his tirade, delivering his words with spittle-laced venom. "You want to end up penniless, is that it? Because that's what's going to happen. I can't run the family business on my own. The clue is in the name. Family business." Lenny elongated the word, driving his message home. "Jesus, Lenny, you talk as if it's the only way of making money. You got to move with the times. Look at the escort service. Half those girls are hooked on coke. You're only a few steps away from being like Frenchie. It's disgusting, that's what it is." Nathan took a step towards Lenny. Judging by his dilated pupils, he was amped up himself. There was no reasoning with him when he was like this. "So what about that nice bit you took on the other day?" Lenny said, a smile curling on his face. Nathan folded his arms across his chest. "It's because of her that I'm putting an end to it. We're taking advantage. It's not right." "Just listen to yourself, will you?" Lenny tapped his finger to his forehead. "Have you lost the plot? Since when did you start taking the moral high ground?" "Being in hospital gave me time to think. And it's not about Ruby before you ask. I've had enough of being on the wrong side of the law. We've made our money. We don't need that shit anymore." "You haven't got a clue, have you? Ruby, the saint who hates what we do. Well, your precious Ruby's a bent copper, and she's been plotting against you all along." "What? No, you're lying," Nathan said, his face thunderous. "She's as bent as they come. Where do you think we got that intel on the raid? She gave it to me. Here, check my phone if you don't believe me." Lenny slid the mobile from his pocket, his fingers bringing up his latest text. The raid. It was because they had called it off that Nathan had got stabbed. It was a message from his suppliers, who thought he was reneging on payment. In his line of business, crossed wires could cost you your life. Nathan looked at the text as Lenny shoved it under his nose. "Found her yet? Fed up chasing my tail?" He frowned as he checked the number. It was true. Ruby had texted Lenny from her phone. "What's this all about?" Nathan said, thrusting the phone back into his brother's hand. "She came to me a few days ago. Said she had some intel that would be of use. Ask Mum if you don't believe me. She had the cheek to come to our house." Then he paused to light a cigarette, savouring his brother's reaction. I wasn't gonna look a gift horse in the mouth now, was I? But she gave it to me on the proviso that I provide something in return. What could she possibly want from you? Something very precious indeed. And I delivered her, just as promised. He took a drag of his cigarette and exhaled a plume of smoke from the corner of his mouth. Don't tell me you didn't notice the resemblance. Lucy, your daughter, remember her? He was talking about their little girl, a subject guaranteed to wind Nathan up. Nathan strode over, clenching Lenny's jacket as he lifted him from his feet. Don't push me, brother. I've told you before, you're not to mention her name. The cigarette dangling from between his lips, Lenny broke his brother's grip. Don't shoot the messenger, bruv. I'm the only one telling the truth. He straightened out his jacket before taking a step back. I found Lucy and gave her Ruby's number, but she wasn't in any hurry to speak to her mum. Probably just as well, given she's gunning for her. Ruby's got it in her head that Lucy's the door-knocker killer. Nathan paled. This is bullshit. I don't believe you. Then he shrugged. So I thought I'd keep Ruby busy until I figured out what to do. I gave her a couple of leads, hoping she would come to her senses, but she's intent on sending her down. Your own flesh and blood. She didn't even have the decency to let you know. Nathan stared in disbelief as he tried to comprehend the words. It couldn't be true. Not Ruby. She was the one good thing in his life. The only person that could pull him out of this murky world. Now she was up to her armpits in it, just like the rest of them. Questions rose in his mind amidst the confusion. Why hadn't she told him of her suspicions? But the answer was clear, because she knew he would stop her. Where is Lucy? You've already met her. She's been right under our noses all along. Just a street urchin, although she looks like she's been around the block a few times. You're not saying, yeah, it's that bird you took on at the club. Kathy, her name is. I found her sleeping rough under a bridge. Told her that her mum was looking for her. She was embarrassed, wanted to straighten herself out, so I sent her to the club to ask for work. I thought it would be better for you to break the news that you're her dad and all. Jesus, Nathan said, running both his hands through his hair. And there she was, offering to take off her clothes for him. His stomach churned at the thought. Shame, Lenny said, taking a final drag on his cigarette before stubbing it on Nathan's oak flooring with the heel of his shoe. I was going to invite her round, but she's already gone out on a job. What job? I told her to stay behind the bar. Are you sure? Lenny sneered. Because as far as I know, she's gone to work on her back. She must have inherited that side of things from her mother. He glanced at the expensive watch decorating his wrist. Speaking of filth, you better get around there before the old bill turn up. Ruby's been keeping tabs. Where is she? Nathan said, between gritted teeth. Fat Barry's place. Tweedy was already standing by the door, car keys in hand. His muscles tensed, Nathan shouldered his brother aside. Hot fury had descended, leaving little room for rational thought. He had to get away. He could not be held responsible when anger like this took hold. His body shook with the need to expel it, but he had barely stepped forward when Lenny spoke in a low, gloating tone. Turns out Fat Barry's more than happy to break her in. Fist connected with bone as Nathan swiveled around, punching his brother hard in the mouth. He followed it up with a winding blow to the stomach, taking Lenny to his knees. He had raised his bloodied fist, ready to pummel Lenny's head, when a pair of strong arms wrestled him from the floor. "Boss, come on, we've got no time to waste." It was Tweedy, and he was right. Gasping and choking, Lenny spit blood. "My tooth! You've broken my fucking tooth!" he lisped, clawing back the breath his brother had expelled. But Nathan was already halfway out the door. If what Lenny said was true, he had to get to his daughter. He had let her down once. It would not happen a second time. Chapter 60. Ruby pushed down on the stiff doorbell, the noise producing a delicate chime out of place with the surroundings. Lenny had surprised her by texting the address, although he was the least trustworthy source of them all. Her heart skipped a beat as she contemplated meeting her daughter. Just how was she going to handle this? Flash her warrant card and blag her way inside? And what if her daughter was there? Could she arrest her own flesh and blood? It would end all ties with Nathan if he found out. Ruby took a deep breath as footsteps approached the door. The thought of losing her one constant in life made her scared. But a child's life was at risk, and she had no choice but to try. Yet it was not fat Barry Sedgwick opening the door, but Nathan. And his face was like thunder. Grabbing her by the elbow, he pulled her inside. The long, narrow corridor offered little room for movement, and she found herself with her back against the wood-chip paper. Nathan stared with an intensity that frightened her, and her heart picked up a notch as she tried to break free. His breath fell warm and heavy against her skin as his hands pressed against the wall, either side of her face. Why is he here? Ruby thought, listening out for signs of Lucy, but the only sound was of the traffic outside. If her daughter was here, she was being very quiet about it. "What's going on?" she said, keen to get moving. She was not here to play games. "I could ask you the same question," Nathan growled, every sinew in his body tensed. Ruby had seen him like this once before, and in times like these, he was best left alone. But she had come here for a purpose, and she needed to know. "I'm here to speak to Barry Sedgwick. What's your excuse?" She could tell by his demeanor it was not a social visit, and she was not in the mood for an argument. Lenny had sent her the address. Had he been setting her up all along? Ducking under Nathan's arm, she checked the downstairs rooms before making her way up the stairs. "If you're looking for Lucy, she's not here. Neither is Fat Barry. He wasn't too keen to speak to you, funnily enough," Nathan said, standing on the landing as she returned from checking the empty bedrooms. Ruby's eyes fell to his grazed right fist and the blood splatters on his white shirt. "What's your problem, Nathan?" "I'll tell you what my problem is," he said, jabbing her on the chest. "You're my fucking problem. How could you do it, Ruby? How could you set up our daughter? Do you really think I was going to allow you to arrest her?" "How?" Ruby frowned, rubbing her breastbone. "What are you talking about? You're not making any sense." "What's the view like from that high horse of yours? Lecturing me on what's right, then trading information so you could nick our daughter for murder. And here was me thinking you were beyond reproach." Ruby's face fell as she realized what it looked like. She had been played, and Lenny was pulling their strings. "I can explain. You knew how much I wanted to see her, yet you chose to keep it quiet because you wanted to take her from me all over again." "What the hell? We both agreed, remember?" Except Ruby knew that was not strictly true. Her mother's recent ramblings had brought Nathan's reluctance to light. "Anyway, It's a bit late to start laying blame, don't you think? If your family had any sort of normality, we wouldn't have had to give her up in the first place. Ruby knew from the expression on Nathan's face that her words were hitting home. I had no choice, Nathan said, his voice choked by the anger backed up in his throat. Your mum railroaded me into it when I was at my lowest point. And what about you? You have the cheek to tell me my family is inferior to yours? At least my mum knows what day of the week it is. Ruby drew back her hand, slapping Nathan hard on the cheek. Nathan had grown up learning that pain does not come from the fist alone, and was adept at pushing her buttons. He carried on as if nothing more than a fly had landed on his skin. I should never have listened. If I did, then Kathy wouldn't be in the state she's in now. Kathy? Who's Kathy? And what do you mean, the state she's in? Ruby said, touching the stairwell to ground herself. Her phone buzzed in her pocket. No doubt it was work, wondering where she was. Her adoptive parents changed her name, and it's a bit late to start acting the concerned parent. First you abandon her, then you try to nick her. And you have the cheek to lecture me about blood money. You disgust me. You're nothing but a joke. How dare you talk to me like that? Ruby said, her voice rising. You know nothing of this investigation. There's a child's life on the line here. If you just took the time to hear me out... Well, I'm too busy looking out for our own flesh and blood. Go and find your killer elsewhere, because I can tell you now, it had nothing to do with her. Now fuck off back to the job you love so much. We don't ever want to hear from you again. Nathan, you've got this all wrong, Ruby said, following him down the stairs. It's Lenny. He set this all up. Just give me the chance to explain. We're not interested. Kathy's safe now. Somewhere you'll never find her. Please, just ask her one question. Has she ever watched the movie Lucy's First Christmas? Nathan looked at Ruby as if she was speaking a foreign language. What are you on about? What movie? It's part of the investigation. The killer's recreating scenes from the film. I've got to know. Has Kathy watched it or not? You're a piece of work, do you know that? Even now, you're taking the side of the police. Nathan made towards the door, wrenching it open until it rebounded against the wall. I'll never forgive you for this, Ruby. You can go to hell. Ruby flinched as he slammed the door, leaving her alone in the hall. The energy of their disagreement still hung in the air, and she could not bear to leave it like this. But there was little point in chasing after him, and who could blame him for being mad? It was bad enough that she hid Lucy's contact from him, but to hear it from Lenny... Ruby had walked straight into his trap, and had nobody but herself to blame. She went crawling to him, and she should have known better than to trust Lenny Crosby. A wave of grief rose from within, as long-buried feelings of shame and regret made themselves known. She should have been stronger. Had she not given her baby up, things would be very different now. They could be together as a family. This was all her fault. Warm tears moistened her cheeks, and she swiped them away with the back of her hand. She would not allow herself to go there, at least, not until she had sorted out the mess her life had become. Chapter 61. Lavender bath salts mingled with the scent of warm, sticky blood. It rose with the steam clouding the glass, blotting out the outside world. Lucy inhaled deeply, drawing it deep into her lungs. This had been her best yet, and the most satisfying. She had fooled herself into thinking that it would end any other way. She didn't want to find her mother. She wanted to end her. And once was never enough. She had to pay her whore of a mother back 10 times over for abandoning her as a child. Trying to recreate a happy ending was a facade. She understood that now. But every cloud has a silver lining. The nearer she came to perfection, the more exquisite the payback. Her body shuddered from the afterglow of her satisfaction. Who was she to deny that part of herself? Deep down she had known, even as Anita recited the lines, word perfect, that it would never work. How could Lucy live a normal life when everything about her was an aberration? At first she turned the blame inwards. She was a freak who had committed crimes in the eyes of society. Her happy ever after was never going to come true. But who wanted normality if all it brought were rules and boundaries? It was easier to give in to the longing rising within her. Inflicting pain on others made the horror go away. And the reward, oh, what a bounty that had been. Wave upon wave of ecstasy as she purged herself in a bath tinted with blood. But now she had another problem to deal with. Sophie. The little girl was still sleeping on her bed. Now Anita was gone, she was just a stranger, no longer a competitor for her mother's affections. Like her, she was motherless, cast adrift in a cruel world for wicked men to do what they would, and there were plenty of wicked men. She pulled the plug, allowing ribbons of blood to swirl into the void. What was she going to do with her indeed? She was not a child killer. But Sophie had to be disposed of, and there was no way she could return her home. She knew from the start that was never going to happen, despite her reassurances stating otherwise. If only she could just make her go to sleep, a deathless death, never to awaken. She was only a little thing, soft and pliable, free of the threat of rigor mortis. A slow, thin smile spread across Lucy's lips. She thought about the final death note which lay on her dresser. Sophie would fit nicely into the suitcase, and Lucy knew just where to take her. Chapter 62. Ruby slammed the office door behind her, digging her hand into her leather jacket to check her phone. Yes? She answered it stiffly, heat still inflaming her cheeks from her encounter with Nathan. I take it things didn't go as planned, Down said. It was with great reluctance that he had offered to cover for her, but only on the proviso that she would call if she got into bother. No, and I'm beginning to wonder if Lenny wasn't just playing with me all along. Where are you? Down said, an echo in his voice. Back at work. Where are you? Oh, he gave a soft chortle. So you are. Ruby turned her head to see him enter from the corridor. He sank back the last of his Diet Coke before scrunching up the can in his fist and throwing it into the waste paper bin. How was evening briefing? Ruby asked, trying to keep the scowl from her face. Did Warrow miss me? I told her you were called out to Oakwood because of an emergency with Joy. Sorry, it's all I could think of. How did she take it? She had a face on her that had cut tin, but that's her usual expression, so I wouldn't worry. Ruby sighed. She hated to use her mum as an excuse, but it seemed a valid enough reason for her sudden disappearance. I don't suppose there's been any breakthroughs in my absence? Hands deep in pockets, Downs puffed out his cheeks as he exhaled. They're still going through all the CCTV, transport links and phone calls. We believe the women were stalked prior to abduction. The victims kept to a routine, and the killer's profile suggests she was aware of that. Ruby had seen the suspect profile, which was too broad for her liking. Let's hope they catch something on CCTV. Closed-circuit television was everywhere, and it was easy to build up a picture of someone's day, particularly if they had a set routine. Supermarkets, buses, trains, tube stations, and the streets of London, all sources of valuable information, with better image quality than in their rural counterparts. The team had already spent hours hunting down the victim's last movements. Armed with a vague description of the suspect, they were feeling their way in the dark, with a dimly lit torch. She needed to see Kathy, the person purporting to be her daughter. Then at least she would have something to look for in the sea of faces. Without a clearer description, Anita's stalker could have been any of the women recorded out shopping that day. I take it they've not got any further on my movie reenactment theory? It's a long film. The next placement could be from any number of scenes. Yes, but if Anita knows the movie as well as she should, the next scene should be the hotel reunion. Downs nodded. They've notified hotels and guest houses. They'll report anything suspicious. Ruby was in no doubt of that. Finding a corpse on their grounds was hardly good for business. The media had a strong grasp of the story, and she had read the headlines featuring the door-knocker killer all over the Metro newspaper that morning. But there was something bothering Ruby, a feeling of being played. If Lenny had set her up by giving her the address, could he have been responsible for sending the emails too? She couldn't see how the lost, young homeless girl, now in Nathan's care, could have the mental dexterity to carry out serial murders, particularly kidnapping a mother and child. But she would know for sure soon enough. Nathan did not trust anyone, and would have Kathy under observation 24 hours a day. Kathy. Ruby loved the name. It reminded her of her favourite book, Wuthering Heights. Could she really be her daughter? Or was it all part of some elaborate plan? Perhaps it had been a ruse to distract her all along. Ruby picked up the file containing the photographs of Monica's post-mortem. There were inconsistencies that had been bothering her, and now was the time to delve further. Chapter 63. You need to give up the smokes, Downs said, as he took the stairs 2 at a time. The lift was out yet again, and Ruby was made to feel wholly inadequate as she clambered behind him in between heaving intakes of breath. I'm working on it, Ruby said, the craving stronger than ever. Now, if you just let me catch my breath. Fumbling in her pocket, she produced a shiny new key. It wasn't good enough that she had replaced the locks. Downs had insisted on walking her back to her flat, reasoning that her daughter could be waiting to pounce. Given that Nathan had taken her in, it was highly unlikely. In fact, the idea of Kathy being the killer was sounding more ludicrous by the minute. But there was a personal connection. How else would they have known her middle name? As her eyes fell to the floor, the world stopped turning. The black-edged envelopes were something she dreaded, and this one had been shoved under her door. A low groan escaped her lips. They were too late. Don't touch it, Downs said, as if they were dealing with a poisonous snake. Pulling a glove from his pocket, he pointed towards her bedroom. Check the rest of the flat, just in case they got it in. But her search proved fruitless. She returned just as Downs gently plucked the card from the envelope with the tips of his gloved fingers. In memoriam, Anita Devine, died in her sleep. Rest in peace. Oh, God, Ruby groaned. What about Sophie? What about the little girl? Downs checked both sides of the card before sliding it into an evidence bag. There's no mention of her, he said, his voice low. Pausing only seconds, he slid his phone from his pocket and updated control. Ruby clasped both hands behind her neck, bowing her head as responsibility formed a physical weight on her shoulders. A thought lit like a beacon in her mind. I checked the flat after Nathan took Kathy in, which means she couldn't have sent the death notice. Someone could have sent it for her, Downs said. But it's not just the notice, is it? She's been with him all morning. Anita's out there, waiting to be discovered. It would have taken time to stage the body, put it in place. They'd need transportation too. It couldn't be her. As you said, she's been with her father. How far would Nathan go to keep her out of prison? You're so bloody cynical. It wasn't Nathan, all right? Ruby snapped, unwilling to allow the thought to cross her mind. As far as she was concerned, her ex would never hurt a woman. Growing up in a cycle of domestic violence repelled him from any such act. Steady on, girl. I'm just saying keep an open mind. Downs lumbered towards the door. I'm heading to the Park Royal Hotel. It's on the watch list as a possible dump site. You coming with me? It was the name of the fictional hotel featured in the movie. There were a few variations of the name in several London hotels. The Park Royal, the Royal Park. Police were attending them all, and judging by the updates Downs had received, they had all turned up blank. Has it been under surveillance? Yes, Downs said. And it's a no-show so far? Downs nodded in affirmation. Then there's got to be another location. For once, Ruby asked Downs to drive. He negotiated the traffic with as much haste as he could, while Ruby tapped on her phone, seeking out possible dump sites. The hotel in the movie. It could be any number of places. How would someone dump a body if they're all on high alert? Don't you think we've been asking ourselves that? How did they get into those houses and leave Emily and Monica for us to find? Those houses were empty. Ruby's voice trailed away, unwilling to admit that they were all on the Crosby estate agent's books. Of course! Turn left here. Where are you taking me? This isn't the way to the Park Royal, Downs said. Ruby tapped on her phone, indicating he'd take the Marylebone flyover. Bear with me, boss. I have a theory. Emily and Monica, they didn't know the movie. That's why they suffered violent deaths. But Anita did. In fact, she probably knew it off by heart. Her husband said she used to watch it over and over. So the happy ever after wouldn't be the reunion in the hotel. It's where they drive off together into the sunset. Ruby was referring to the final scene. It wasn't set in a grand house or hotel, but a car. Having found her daughter, the mother of the little girl sat behind the steering wheel, waiting for Lucy to jump in beside her, before driving away. Except it's not a happy ending, is it? Downs said in a gravelly voice. We've just been served a death notice. I know, but maybe the killers come to the conclusion there's no happy ending to be found. Where does this leave Sophie? Is she a replica of the adopted child? Are we going to find her in the car too? Downs said. Maybe, maybe not. Ruby replayed the final scene in her mind. Mother and child driving away, Lucy's suitcase on the back seat of the car. A chilling thought surfaced. Emily had been found in the fetal position, the forensic pathologist surmising she had been kept in a box-like space. What better way to transport a body in broad daylight than in a suitcase? All the local hotels have been on high alert, Downs said. I can't see how our killer can just turn up and dump a body in a car with people walking by. Neither do I, Ruby said. That's why we're going to a derelict hotel. It's empty, just like the houses where the other bodies were found. It doesn't matter if it's no longer in use. They can park outside and still be in keeping with the theme. I never thought of that. I could be wrong, but it's worth checking out. She could have asked a local unit to attend, but she had an unofficial ownership of the case and could not relinquish it now. The hotel in the movie was grand. The building looming into the view looked anything but. The Magnat? Downs said. Why have you brought us here? The Magnat Polish pub had been derelict since 2012, closing down after numerous reports of violence. The drab two-story building was a shadow of the once beautiful 1930s hotel. It hasn't always been a pub, Ruby said. It used to be called the Park Royal Hotel. The same name as the one in the movie, Downs said. Good thinking. I found it on a site on my phone, Derelict London. Downs pulled up a small distance away. Let's walk, he said. We don't want to spook them if they're already here. But as Ruby's heels echoed on the gritty pavement, all she could see was a lone, rusted Fiat Panda. And in it was a blonde woman wearing sunglasses, her face tilted in the direction of the road ahead. Her hands gripped the steering wheel, as if she was waiting to drive away. Ruby's heart plummeted as she drew near. Dressed in a black netted hat and skirt suit was the body of Anita Devine. Don't touch anything, Downs said, signalling he was returning to his car. There's crime scene tape in the boot. We'll cordon the area off and call for backup. Soon the street would be buzzing with crime scene investigators and police. But for now, it was deathly calm. Nobody had noticed that the woman sitting behind the steering wheel was a corpse. Ruby peered through the dust-streaked car window. Her pallid face, her bloodless lips. It was a heart-breaking sight to see such a young woman trussed up in this way. Cable ties looped around the steering wheel, under the black leather gloves, tied Anita's hands into position. A thin rope looped under a neck scarf, attached to the headrest, kept her upright. Blood bloomed from the center of her suit jacket, difficult to see against the dark fabric. I'm sorry, Ruby whispered, her words sticking in her throat, as she noticed a thin layer of fog on the inside windscreen. Could it be? Wrenching back the door, she pushed her 2 fingers against Anita's carotid artery. The faint, soft pulse of a heartbeat. Shit! Ruby whispered, ripping open her blouse. The wound was superficial, but the bruises on Anita's neck told a different story. Had an attempt at asphyxiation brought her to the brink of death? Ruby swiveled her head to call for Downs. She's alive! Call for an ambulance, she's alive! Downs raced towards her, his radio pressed to his ear. Wasting no time, they performed emergency first aid. But one thought was drowning out all others in Ruby's mind. Where was Sophie? Ruby felt a jolt in her chest as she caught sight of the oversized suitcase on the back seat. Please don't let that be what I think it is, she thought, as Downs's radio broke the silence behind her. Death had almost touched Anita, but what about her child? She thought about what Anita must have gone through, and the panic she must have felt for her daughter. We've got to get that suitcase open, Ruby said, turning to her superior for permission. Sophie could be in there. Downs nodded, handing her a set of PVC gloves. Do it. Pulling back the door, Ruby forced herself to take cool, steady breaths. She didn't know if the killer had meant to finish Anita off, but after seeing what she did to Emily's husband, Harry, little sympathy would have been afforded to her child. Kneeling on the seat, she leaned over the brown canvas suitcase, her heart sinking as she felt its weight. Her internal voice shot a warning down the corridors of her mind. Prepare yourself. It's a dead weight. She glanced around the car, her heart beating against her ribcage. She was encompassed by the promise of death. The tar-stained ceiling felt like it was closing in. She tugged the zip across the jagged silver teeth. Discovering Anita was harrowing enough. The thought of finding her dead child was horrific. Ruby pulled the zip harder, cursing under her breath as it jammed. These were the times she wished she worked as a school teacher or in a supermarket checkout. To have the luxury of falling asleep in bed, worrying about simple things, such as telephone bills and if the bins had been put out, not whether the suitcase she was opening was going to house the corpse of a murdered child. Finally, the zip became free. She opened the suitcase, preparing for the worst. Chapter 64. Fucking bastard, Ruby exhaled, as a pile of bricks wrapped in a blanket tumbled out. Lucy had done it to taunt her, weighing down the suitcase to mimic the weight of a child. A pinprick of light lit her troubled mind. Sophie may still be alive. Staggering from the car, Ruby took Downes's arm when it was offered. The paramedics were here now, talking in urgent voices as they worked on getting Anita from the car onto an awaiting stretcher. Evening was closing in, and people were gathering behind the police tape. This was not the time to fall apart. "I'm okay," Ruby said gratefully, taking a couple of deep breaths. iPhones were lifted, her distress filmed for other people's viewing pleasure. Ruby's glance fell back onto Anita. She wanted to tell her that everything would be all right, and she would save her little girl. But there were no guarantees in a world where God did not listen. By the time she got back to the station, Ruby knew where her focus lay. Taking a sip of tea that had gone cold, she worked her way through the recent updates on the case. The list of key holders for the body dump sites had been spoken to, but there was one name that stood out from the rest. Her brow furrowed as she turned her attention once more to the post-mortem photos. And now, peering at the images, a piece of the puzzle fell into place. The truth was, she had had a suspect in mind. The idea had seemed preposterous. She had kept pushing it away. But how many times does someone need to pop up on the periphery before you start taking them seriously? She could not ignore the facts. But what if she was wrong? Ruby knew exactly where she had to go. An unknown number flashed up on her mobile phone as she climbed into her car. Her finger hovered over the answer button. She could not rule out the possibility that the killer was on her tracks. She answered, breathing a terse yes down the line. It was 10 p.m. This was not the time for pleasantries. "Where are you? We need to talk." Ruby did not see the point in taking Nathan's calls. He had made his feelings perfectly clear during their last meeting. "I don't have time for this, I'm in a hurry." Nathan replied flatly, as if she had never spoken at all. "You're wrong about Kathy. I've spoken to her about the movie. She's no murderer, so don't come looking for her." "I know, and I'd like to point out that you're the one calling me. So why don't you let me get on with finding the real killer?" Ruby took a breath to accommodate the words erupting in her throat. "And you can tell our daughter, if she is our daughter, that she can come and find me as soon as she's seeing sense. Now, if you don't mind, I've got work to do." Ruby terminated the call, pushing aside her anger. It was pointless hoping for a reunion. Nathan, Francis, and Lenny had made it quite clear that it was over. She had been silly to think things would work out any differently. As for her daughter, trust had to be earned in the Crosby family. Nathan may have readily taken Kathy in, but when his mother Frances got over her shock, she would not waste any time in having a DNA test completed. Ruby turned the ignition of her car. She couldn't think about that now. Not while a little girl's life was hanging by a thread. The closer Ruby came to her suspect's home, the more she doubted herself. She thought about ringing Downs to voice her suspicions. But that's all they were, suspicions. What if she was so desperate to find the killer that she was plucking suspects out of the air? But a work colleague? Would they really be capable of such horrific acts? The idea seemed ludicrous, and the last thing she wanted was to be made a laughingstock. She pressed down her indicator, her mouth dry as she approached their home. She was just going to talk to them, get some feelers out there. A quick call wouldn't look out of place, given they were so heavily involved in the case. But as she parked outside the address, she had almost persuaded herself that she was wrong. What would the others say if they could see her now? Surely this was not the home of a murderer. She must have been mistaken. But killers took many guises, far removed from the bogeyman or horror movie villains. Many were people you wouldn't look twice at on the street. She pressed hard on the doorbell, the shrill ring drilling into her brain. Ruby was tired. She hadn't eaten in hours, and sleep was just a memory. Every day she hated her flat a little bit more. Would there be another letter waiting for her when she got back? The thoughts of going home alone made her flesh creep. The door opened, cutting into her thoughts. In front of her stood Christopher Douglas, the forensic pathologist. "Ruby," he said, his eyebrows raised. "What are you doing here at this hour?" "I was passing and—" Ruby sighed. "Actually, that's a lie. I came here because I need some advice. Can I come in?" Chris paused at the door, his features clinging to a smile that did not reach his eyes. "What am I like? Of course, come inside." Steady, Ruby told herself. He was surprised to see her, that's all. Being shifty was not a prelude to guilt. It certainly was not enough to gain access via a warrant, which was what she needed to search his house. Such an old building was bound to have lots of hiding places. She sniffed the air as she entered the hall. Isopropanol, the smell of the morgue. Chris turned to catch her eye as he led her inside. "Excuse the smell. I've been looking after the neighbour's cat. She's been shitting everywhere except where she's supposed to. I brought home a couple of bottles of disinfectant from work. You won't tell on me, will you?" "Not at all," Ruby said. "Gone back now, has she?" "She's at the vet's. Stomach problems. They're keeping her overnight. Can I make you a tea? Coffee?" "A cup of tea would be lovely," Ruby said, her senses on high alert. She had smelt enough decomposing bodies to believe he was lying through his teeth about the cat. 2 flowery teacups were placed on the table in the living room, where Chris insisted they sit. "Thanks," she said, wishing she had not set her phone to silent. Her unease was growing by the second. She shouldn't have come here. If he had the slightest suspicion the police were onto him, all evidence would be destroyed. "Biscuit?" Chris said, pouring the milk. "Oh, go on then," Ruby said, although her stomach was churning. The second his back was turned, she swapped the cups of tea. It seemed silly, suspecting her colleague of poisoning a harmless drink, but the minute she had entered the hall, he had become someone else. Ruby took a sip, smiling at Chris as he took a seat across from her. But her stomach was doing butterflies, and she forced herself to nibble on the ginger snap as he watched. "So, what brings you to my humble abode?" Chris said, sitting bolt upright in the chair. He looked ready to jump up at any second, and his jitteriness was catching. "Sorry, just let me check my phone," Ruby said, turning on the sound. No calls. She frowned before returning her attention to Chris. Her mind was racing as she tried to formulate a reason for her visit. It's Warrow. I was hoping for some advice, but it's a sensitive issue, she said. You're friends, right? Chris nodded slowly. Sounds ominous. Well, I can assure you, anything you have to say won't go beyond these four walls. I know. She took a mouthful of tea to ease the dryness in her throat. It's just that I overheard her having a heated phone conversation the other day. She mentioned her job being compromised. I'm worried something's wrong. Why didn't you ask her? It's not my place. Besides, I got the feeling she was trying to distance herself from whatever mess her friend was in. Ruby swallowed back another mouthful of tea. I dunno. I've been thinking of asking her about it, but I don't want her to take me up the wrong way. In my opinion, if you've got something to say, you're best off not pussyfooting around. You never struck me as a game player, Ruby. Why start now? Ruby fell silent. His words were leaden, delivered with a double meaning she could not ignore. He knew she was onto him. She raised her hands in mock surrender. You're right. I'm sorry. I came here with every intention of being upfront with you. I know it was you on the phone. Chris gave 2 slow nods of the head. So you've been snooping in on our private conversations. And the real reason for your visit is? To offer my help, of course. It was just the once, but you both seemed really stressed. I promise it won't go any further if you need to talk, Ruby added. Chris crossed his legs, squirming in his seat. I've had some unexpected outlays, but it's under control now, so you can bury that little problem. It won't raise its head again. Ruby was well aware of his finances. Chris was in debt for a considerable amount of money, and it had come on suddenly, plunging his credit record from full health to being in the red. Thanks, Chris. I didn't mean to pry. Ruby glanced at her watch. Gosh, look at the time. I'd best be off. She wobbled as she stood, blinking at the pinpricks of white lights which dotted her vision. The adrenaline rush that flowed through her veins had come to a halt, making her feel out of kilter. She glanced around the messy room, taking a breath to regain her strength. This is a nice big house. Have you lived here long? Oh, yes. Quite a few years. I was very fortunate to inherit it. I could sell it for a packet and live a bit further out, but I'm attached to the old place. It's got a bomb shelter, you know. I even found bits of memorabilia down there. Really? Ruby said, knowing she should leave while she could. But she needed to have a nose around while she still had the chance. Mind if I use your bathroom? She said, trying to shake off the feeling that Chris was onto her. Chris smiled, a slow, narrow-lipped grin. Would you like to see it? The bomb shelter, that is, he said, walking with her. I'll show you the bathroom on the way out. I'd love to, Ruby said, taking a wobbly step forward. Steady? Are you okay? You've gone a funny colour. I've not eaten much today. I'll be okay, Ruby said, following him out to the hall. So you've got a bomb shelter, eh? That's pretty cool. Yes, it is. Good for storage, gardening tools. Handy for all sorts of things, really. Walking to the cupboard under the stairs, he opened the door, then pulled back a rug to reveal a trapdoor underneath. Here it is, he said, as the door to an underground chamber gaped open. Ruby peered into the darkness, wrinkling her nose as the pungent smell rose up to greet her. The liberal coating of disinfectant in the hall was no match for the overpowering stench from below. "Go on then," he said, gesturing for her to go first. "You wanted to see it, didn't you?" Ruby peered in. She should go down, and if enough evidence was gained, she might be able to arrest him. But every fibre of her being was screaming at her not to do it. There was no way she was turning her back on Chris, who was now carrying a maddening look in his eyes. "You go first," Ruby said. "It's a bit too dark for me. Don't want to fall arse over tit." "No," Chris said. "I insist, you first. It's what you came here for, isn't it?" "I'm sorry?" Ruby said, unease creeping up her spine like a long-legged spider. "Come off it, Ruby. You really think I'm buying